with another stream. We're doing some wave defenses right now, so we're gonna go back into the system, earn some more loot. Thought I got in there, but I guess it now we go. Like I said, man, we had a pretty rough incursions. A bunch of our people didn't move and shield. We lost it like in the first hour. We were like quadrillions versus billions in the first hour. And then also it didn't help that there was a bug going around. Um, don't know if it was just with the 12-hour shields, but that everyone it happened to was pretty much using a 12-hour shield. But there was one of you guys who watches who's an IT guy said no. What he thinks happened was that the client game wasn't updating the server, so it remembered the last shield that you selected. And he said the way that to combat that is when you put your real shield up before you go offline, um, log out and log back in and make sure that you have the uh, right shield up. So I go to sleep. I played for like the first 2 hours, but incursions came on my work night, and I'd worked the night before. So my original plan was to not even be awake during incursions, but um, I don't know what something kept me. Something kept me awake close to the start. So I just said, well, heck, man, since I'm already awake, we might as well go and see if I can crack some bases, get our server off to the right speed. But I never got on the other server until later in the night. I'm pretty much almost the next morning. Went over there once for about 10 minutes, and then somebody was getting raided on our side, and I had to go back. And what happened to me was I played. I got pretty thoroughly disgusted, and it did change the after thing. Helped it changed a lot. I was going to do it anyway, but because I decided that there was some stuff that we've been letting happen on our server that needed to end, and I was going to make sure that that happened. And pretty much ended a bunch of bull crap that I allowed to happen because uh, pretty much because there wasn't a big benefit to OPC hunting in 6 star or 5 or 6G space. But I ended that after incursion was over with, or one of my guys on my team. But I'd already said in AC it was time for Operation Death to Green Acres, and well, currently my alliance, I think we're at war it with 3 or 4 different alliances right now, and we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping this is the start of something good again. Back when my alliance was feared on this server, or back on 75, when we were on 75 at least. But I'm hesitant to really say that's going to happen because we've got a lot of people in this alliance that was on some of the weaker alliances on 75 when we merged. I mean, there are people in this alliance that kind of look and scratch my head why the hell they were let these guys at here, but I don't know if it was going to work like it used to. I hope it does, but we lost a lot of hardcore players through a bunch of server politics, and well, they made the game not as fun. So they said, screw this. So we lost some good people that we could use right now. Some of them, for that, some for life things. Things happen where you can't play anymore, you know. But it's going to be interesting. You're going to get to see the other side of me a lot more on the server. What mostly these people see. Um, but so I go to sleep. I had like uh, 6 hours before I went to work, so I go to sleep and my alarm goes off and I wait. And I popped a 12-hour shield because I know it was a 12-hour shield because I was debating between 12 and 24 because I wasn't real sure if I was going to have any kind of free time or downtime at work to even play incursions at work because I'd already told people that don't look for me to be very active because um, my other job, I had lots of downtime between readings, but this one I don't. And so I told folks that I'm not going to be playing all that much, even though in the first 2 hours I played pretty hard. And dang, here's somebody let one get by. He got it. But so anyway, so um, I wake up and my base is being raided, and for a minute I'm thinking, what the hell? I know I shielded, and then uh, I pop what I thought was a 4 hour shield, and when I looked down of it was a 14-day shield, which I didn't even know I didn't have before, and uh, I didn't even know that they made. I think I had the biggest shield that I knew that I had was a bunch of 7-day shields, and there was one other package. I can't remember what it was, but so I shield, and I'm puzzled. How the hell did I get a 14-day shield? Is I like I said, didn't know that there was such a thing in the game. And so I I I lost about 600 trillion of regular resources. I didn't lose any Sigma. They didn't vault me or anything like that, but I lost a lot of resources. But I didn't lose it for my server because I said we'd already lost it in the first hour. And so I get everything. I contact one of the community managers. They look into it and they said, yeah, that for some reason my shield had failed in about two and two 2 hours and 45 minutes in. And so first, then I had other people. When it got out on the server, I had other people contact me. So that's exactly what happened, and it happened to the admiral of our alliance. But he was able to. He had to get up and use the bathroom or something and check the game before he, checked on the game. And when he did, he found out his base was getting hit, and he was after what had happened to me, he was damn sure that he shielded before he went to sleep. And but he was lucky they didn't get in. They were close, he said, but um, they hadn't got in. Uh, so the only thing that the people I talked to and what we all had used a 12-hour shield to to get offline, And I thought, well, there must be something buggy about it. And also, Scopely gave me no kind of uh, blowback when I asked for compensation. So they gave me um, I won't say great compensation, but had it not been for like incursions and the embarrassment of it looking like I didn't shield during freaking incursions, um, someone said, "Hey, you would you have traded the resources you lost for what you got?" Yes, but like I said, from embarrassment of incursions and losing, that many resources because of a bug in the game, is kind of ridiculous. But it is what it is. I mean, I've never been rated like that ever before in the game. I mean, I did when I was like an early player, like Ops 20 or something. But most of the people believe me because I got some of the best skilled discipline on our server. So I'm not a guy that gets rated all the time, or I don't think anybody could name a person that's ever rated me just because it's not that hard to make sure that when you get offline, you freaking shield, And but anyway, but it's just the whole embarrassment, of the whole thing. But I had a couple people say some crap to me, but we were already at war with them, so it didn't matter. So I told I had said, you know, before I went to work uh, Saturday morning, that um, one of the things is we've got a lot of farmers on this server, and when I call farmers, they're people who are they're playing like Farmsville Star Trek instead of it being a war game. It's just how many, just what I'm saying. They play a game that's all PVE. No, they don't really care if they get rated because they got hundreds of tokens. We got guys like that on a server, all and uh, I decided, man, I'm going to end this. It's not going to be like this anymore. And one of the things that I did take away from them was a freebie in 6-star space. Now, now nobody can just leave their miners anymore. If they're OPC, they're OPC. I mean, I'd said that in the beginning that I was not with it, but there was no monetary value in rating up there because you took so much hull damage. But I did find out, this is all we had Selkies. Now that I've got these ships, I can go up there and go to town and uh, not not work, and my hull damage is different. I mean, it's not as bad. I went up there and took um, last night I went up in the system and took about 6 million in mats. Now, when back in the day when I first turned 61, I went O-piece hunting the very first day. That was the reason why they made their quote gentleman's agreement. Even though I told them I didn't agree, but I didn't see a lot of worth in uh, hunting OPC up there currently because there really wasn't because at that time my Selkie took so much damage, and you pretty much have to use a 6G ship if you're going to get Sigma resources, which that was the most valuable thing at the time. And You still could with mats because that's what I used my tally with back then, my Talios. I went there and pounded on some silkies and got deal. But when I went into the para or tri para, sigma tri or para, um, the ship was OPC, but I didn't get anything, and it come out that you had to have a 6G ship to get them. So what I was gonna do this morning, which uh, I switched to this Rev, and I was gonna go up into the mat system. You know, there's a couple of one that a bunch of people just pack every morning. So I was gonna go in the Revenant because my Revenant's pretty strong now. It's like 6.5 billion. So I was gonna take advantage of that, and as we were talking about the other day about the incredible size of the cargo hull on it, I got 40 million. I can go up there. I can make a trip and never come back, and until it's full. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna go up there. So I fly up into a system, and there are about 6 Selkies up there that are OPC. And so I get up to this, I'd already scanned them before with my NX-01 and saw that they were OPC. So I get up there and I scan one of the ships, and it shows no, where you scan the ship and it gives you, we'll just do this little guy here, rewards. There was no rewards. And I'm like, what the heck? Why is there no rewards? And so see, I don't know if I had used the ability of the NX-01 and it was on one of my 5G, my 6G ships or whatever, but I knew that they were OPC, so I fly it back. I said, well, I guess if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to take the most powerful uh, 68 ship that I got. So I go up there and get me that 6 million OPC, and it started a set of drama that's, put it this way, if you go into our deal, we go into our democracy, unless they change while I was asleep. So these three right here are the what I call the Roach uh, alliances. We've been at war with them for everybody in the servers in war with these two, and this one here, we've been in a war for probably 3 weeks. We popped both of these. One of them was because they were talking trash about us during the incursions. The other one, I don't know why they did it, but we're at war with 3 alliances, and we had one of the Roach alliances. Um, so Funsville. I went up there. I got a bunch of them already. But I the one thing that's gonna happen now is there's no free rides on this server anymore. Um, because we didn't even my buddy Wildcard who's a 7, if they hit his base and they only hit me and his, we wouldn't have lost it uh, for the server. Like I said, it was gone in the first hour. Like I said, I was just gonna pop a few bases and go to sleep for. I was gonna go on the other server, and I never got over there because it was disaster from seconds on, because there were so many people that claimed they didn't know about it, and one guy was saying that they didn't notify, and game the hell they didn't. They put it in that the little, the little thing up here, and it's just fun. I mean, I like war, and it's gonna make Tuesday during Arc launch maybe one of the funner days on the game in a long time because I'm gonna be picking people off left and right when they're doing their missions, and so it's gonna be fun. I was hoping we could add a couple more alliances to the mix, and which could happen because I just hadn't hit their people in 6 star yet. So uh, one team, one alliance that I knew wasn't gonna they're just gonna roll over, and but to me, my argument always was, even back months ago when I first went into 61, that there shouldn't be rules for the 60 plus people and rules for the rest of the people. That would never agree to any kind of agreement. I just at the current time it wasn't profitable to go and hunt OPC. But what I end up doing is what you can do if you ever get to the point where you on your server where you can, it doesn't matter whether it's 5G, 6, 5, 6, 4, it doesn't matter. And what you can do is just you see you can go to your deal, mark all the mining systems, and what you. So if I let me switch to my NX01, so you can see what I'm talking about. What you can do is, oh, I passed it. Where's that bad boy? No, it's a little bit lower. I mean, I've gotten some ships up there. I'm used to it being a little bit closer to the front, but I've got so many new ships, and so we're not going to actually fly it. So what you can do is set course, stop charge, and it'll be right on top of your base, and you just use the ability. And you can sit here. I can go in here and look and say, okay, he's not OCP. There we go. Now the question is, do do I hit them now or do I wait? I'm going to see how much other stuff's in here. There's about 1.5 million. Let's see what ship he's got going here. Okay, he's using his Geshnar. There. And his New Grange. So I think he probably thinks that those are not ones people will come after. I think this other guy's playing it smart. He's not. Yeah, I hit him earlier, so he knows that he's not safe up here anymore. But this guy is going to find out he's not safe either right now. So we're going to go. I need to look to see what cruise he's rolling. Nobody. So yeah, he was one of the guys that I don't know. He was his deal was down before, but the theory of the guy that was talking to one of the viewers, and I don't think he'd want me to give his name out, so I'm not. But one of my viewers, he works in IT. He's worked for game development stuff. He's saying it's a client server issue that, uh, especially on like thing like incursion where you're using 4 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours over and over again, to just shield. You're using your little shields, as much as possible. That Let's see which one's fuller. 7,700 versus that one's a little fuller. Well, he's at 0 node on both of these, so it's not going to really make any difference. Whoops. No. Okay. I could probably come up there and get it with that guy, but I'm not. So let's go ahead. We're going to pull it on this one because there's a little bit more there. And we are full. Our cargo full. It's completely full. So letting them know. But I am going to do some mining of my own, but I'm not going to go OCP. And some of you guys who don't know, that's over the protected cargo. Oh, we should have never did that. But like I said before, if I would have tried to do that, I would have took so much hull damage. What I would have got from the player wouldn't have been enough. And those early Selkies, man, their cargo hull is really small. So you're taking all this hull damage, and we all of us who are 6G players know how horrible this exchange for raw to usable materials is. I mean, be honest with you guys, it's barely profitable to even mine. You know what I'm saying, guys? It really is. It's really not profitable to even mine here anymore. You know, I mean, you get way more mats from just playing the game, and uh, see, look, see now that I can live with that damage. You know what I'm saying? Before it was, I was in a totally different economy with this, where uh, you had if you had 100,000 of this uh, Sigma Tri, you were doing good. Now I've got oh, like that was the other good thing is they never got into my, and I've got that, and I've got uh 12 million below deck, in the uh um so yeah, so we're all good, man. This now we can go back and play the game like it was supposed to be played instead of uh Star Trek Farmsville. And what we're going to do here, as soon as we get into um, the guys that were having a defense when I looked just a few minutes ago, was an ally, and these guys are on board pretty much. I think from what I've seen when I've went into the defenses, they've been there too. Um, so it's time for us to shake this server up. We need to get some of the uh, uh, farmers woken up that they can't just because there are, like the guy that I just rated. Uh, he he gets rated all the time, and the thing is he's got like even though I lost 600 trillion in resources, it wasn't a big deal because it was resources that I don't use, I can't even spend anymore. So I won't say they did me a favor. See, right now I only got 2.5 trillion and 10.8 trillion and then 14 trillion. They had taken this down all the way to under a trillion, and I think I had 2 trillion of this left, and uh, they barely got into the dilithium at all. So, uh, like I said, I lost about 600 trillion, maybe a little bit more than that, but not much more than that. But I think you guys have seen what I've been doing anyway is just dumping resources into my alliance um, by doing pulls like doing this all the time, just going. But even so, if I go in here and I'll show you, um, it's no real loss, because I didn't get into my Sigma at all, and that would have been a bummer. But if I would have woke up an hour later, yeah, I'd have been cleaned out. Maybe I don't know because it slows you once you get down to under a trillion on those resources, each of the resources, it slows down considerably. Maybe 2 hours, I would have definitely been. They would have got into my Sigma or even took it because it's real fast at that point because we go from trillions to millions, and that could have been somebody's 68 ships, 2 passes, and they got all my, or maybe three. Yeah, maybe three. But below deck, just in tokens, I got 1 trillion. So I had about, I don't know, maybe six of that, and I maybe had, I don't think I had 100 trillion up here, but I was real heavy on para because I haven't had a way to spin the para in a long while. And you notice before when I would go and do my contribution, it was heavily done. But we're gonna teach this server. We're gonna teach this server shield discipline and mining discipline. Everything had gotten out of hand, and it's rewarding the wrong people. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start looking periodically, just check these systems. Like this one here is one that could have somebody in there. Let's look and see if there is. And I bet there are, but since the genie has been let out of the bottle, um, I would come in this system and it would be full of miners. Now you know, this would be one that would be full of them. Well, this one, no, well, no, I'm in the wrong system. This is the one that would be full of them. That's a hazard system. There's only a few people I know that can even mine there. There's a few people in here now, mostly guys from my alliance. I think they're doing faction hunt and doing this at the same time. But one of the other things I'm doing tonight is I'm catching up on a bunch of mechanics. And one of the mechanics we just did, we saw at the beginning, I was doing a wave defense. And that's the one thing about when especially a 4 day work week, not work night, I barely have time to do the uh, dailies, more or less. Some of the deal. One of the things I'm going to do on stream tonight, it's going to be oh, gosh, I'm still, I slept a little bit today. I didn't want to sleep all day because I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, and I need to get on a regular schedule, back on a regular schedule. I've got stuff I got to do. I got doctor's appointments and several other things I need to do before uh, I go to sleep. You can see I didn't have done very, even though I'm done with it. The stuff that I do all the time, I've done very little of. Um, I need to go in here and look and see. I know I got the wave defense thing to pull. Oh no, I finished it. Gosh, yeah, they need an overflow like something. I thought for sure I was gonna get to redeem something. Damn it, no. Okay, let's see the events. Let's see what we got going here. I'm in second place of this one. I've just been doing did some ship upgrades, and I did some uh, research. I'll probably do some more research. Okay, I did this already this morning before I went to sleep. I didn't buy the tokens this time for this. Um, since there's faction hunt going, it wouldn't be a bad thing to do. And I am going to do those. So I could finish these out pretty easily. Let's see what the prizes are before we do. Mirror dust and that. Let's see what else is I think if they're the same on all of them. It wouldn't be bad to do these for the mirror dust. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and buy that because if there wasn't faction hunt on, I wouldn't even think about it. But I'm gonna have to do it anyway. Oh, and we got to go into mirror space. Let's see. Did I join this for today? No, I did not. Dang it. I thought I did. I just saw myself get points. Huh. I did. I swear. When we were doing that wave defense, I got points. Oh, that was for faction hunt. Okay, so I don't know if I want to do this today. See, they should put parts into it as well, but they don't. All right, let's see what we're gonna do, folks. I think I might have some. I don't know if I made a pull today. I don't know if I used it earlier or not. Like I said, last few days are all running together. We'll look and see if we do. Yeah, I do. So I'm gonna go ahead and use it. And I think I'm out now. Helped a little bit. I did change some of my chaos tech up a little bit. Um, my main ride, I'm doing um, the tennis field, and I'm doing this newer one we just got. I had been running this one on it, this right here, but what I found out that this one has, I'm not wild about the first one. Increases weapon damage when enemy below 40% one, but at the start of a round, increases your isolate defense 50%, and then you apex shred against players triggered, but not during combat. That seemed like it was a better one for this ship, especially because I've got on my PvP. If we go back, put my PvE crew in there, PvP crew. I've got shred with her down there, and so it kind of works with her. And also took Kara Knightley off of here and put Pick Hugh. Um, because mainly because he's so dependent on be of you starting the battle that if you don't, there's one player that I mean, it was so prevalent that there was one player I was a 70 guy that I was taking on that if I got his ship first, I always won, and I won pretty decently. But uh, if he struck first because he was using the same officer below deck, he would barely beat me. He'd have like a sliver of hull left, and he was 2 tiers lower than me. But I'm sure he's using the exocoms up there too. But or he might even been Lord using the fist when he hit me. But when I looked at the when I looked at the battle report, I could see. I mean, I haven't so far in the game. I've went up against players I would beat easily, or players that would beat me easily. Not somebody that was even match. That was a good thing that made me go ahead and change my forbidden technology and my chaos tech in this one. I did some swapping around because I mean, really, I hadn't really seen what the, either one of those have done in a 7G or a 70 ship or 6G ship. I mean, it had on the rares, but not these ships. These ships are a different class of ship than any other in the game. Also, I bought the skin, but I'm not wearing the skin on this one. Um, as you can see, I've got the uh, thing applied. Oh no, it's not on there. Let's see. Hold on a second. Uh, do I have to have it on for the? I looked at that. I thought it gave me uh, the bonus for materials. Let's see. Now I can look for sure. I remember what I had. No. Yeah, it did when I just unlocked it, so I don't have to wear it. Because who want to wear this stupid uh, skin on such a beautiful ship? Not me. This freaking cartoon looking thing. Well, this one looks better than the ones on the other interceptors. I can tell you that, or the one that was in the game previously. This one looks kind of cool, but not like not like this. Let's go back into the refit and we'll unapply it. We'll put default back on. Here's literally no way it looks better than this. You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? Would you ride the skin or would you leave this beautiful ship the way it is? But the thing is, once you unlock it, from my understanding, and I asked a few other people because I've heard both ways that you had to have it on, you don't have it on, you just have to have it unlocked. And after confirming that you only had to have it unlocked, I decided to not to unlock it, get the benefits from it, and uh, keep my beautiful Kretschna the way it is. Now haven't got on the other ones. Let's see. Let's go into the unlock more. I'll see if it'll tell you what the benefit of this one is, and the benefit for if you decide to unlock it. I think it's a little bit different on all the ships, but on the um, 70 ships, it increases your base damage by 2,000%. But the key thing that cost efficiency of Krishna parts and materials and resources by 300. Well, I thought that it was more like I would say it was more like a 20% one. Where before, I'm pretty sure that this this upgrade on this was, instead of 96,000, I mean 86,000, it was like 94 or 93,000. And I don't, I'll be honest with you, I don't remember how much uh, mats it was going to cost. But I used that to upgrade. Today I used my crystal to upgrade this ship. I already tiered it. I tiered it up one, and I'm two upgrades from taking it to eight, which I will do once I have this these parts. But the thing is, do we? I'm putting it on the fence. Do I go in and buy this and get all that premium dust? I didn't see what the main prize is. That's going to probably be the kicker, but I'm going to look at it here. See, I think it's $50 for the token. I don't think it's in the limited time. Nope. I don't know why they call it war keys, because that's not what they. It's called something else. Uh, Bundles and lock the war chest bundles. Are those these things? Well, hold on. Let's go in the war room. It's not open anyway, I don't think. Oh yeah, it's these. It's to get the prizes on there. I don't know why anybody would do that. You know, to be 100% totally honest with you, I don't know why somebody would. I mean, there's some decent prizes in there, but for if it gave you, well, it would give you some. It would give you some parts, and it would give you some of these emblems, because this is what you need more than anything for the war room goes. So if you went and bought, I think it was, it takes 5 to open it up. Okay, that's key. So let's go up there and look and see what, one more time. I think it was 25 for $100 or something like that. Oh, 75. So that would give you a bunch of pulls, but I don't know if that'd be enough to maybe upgrade the building. And let's see. All right, I think maybe it's in the featured. Where is that? I'm trying to find that. Oh, there it is, right there. Pays for $50. I get 400 of these augment clearance token. Oh, the clearance token is what you use to start the event. So let's look at the event. I'm really on the fence, guys. I'm honest with you. I did it, but last time reluctantly, just because there was, in the last one, there was that loot for in that store, but it doesn't. Well, that's just one of the SMSs. Where's the actual event? Okay, yeah, you get 20,000 and 20,000 of these. Dude, I don't know if it's worth $50. I mean, the mirror dust. We gotta look at this. So you get 155. Let's see, where's my damn phone? Let me get my phone real quick. You can see what time it is. I don't even know. Dude, turn the fan on. Performance is live. June. Okay, this got a message from work. Sorry about that. Okay, I thought it was weird. I usually don't get those kind of messages, but it's one of those deals. Let's see. So let's see what we do. We know that we got 4 events, so we can just times it times 4. Um, this is really nice too. Would get this material for this event that's going on, but they do so many of the forbidden technology events now. It doesn't they're kind of watered down. That number one, I don't have that many forbidden technologies. I can't even upgrade to begin with. Most of them are all at 50 right now. The ones that the ones that I don't are ones I don't really care that much about, or not even using anymore. Some of them. Uh, let's see. So let's look at the mirror dust. That's going to be the most because there's not enough, really enough of the loot that would make a difference on any of my officers. So let's look. We got 155. Uh, one. We got 80, 45, and 30. Okay, that's 310. Then we got 4 of these. So, whoops, I divided instead of 310 times 4, not divide by 4. So it gives us 1,240 of the dust. Okay, so let's look at that. So if we wanted to play that event, have to hit all those hostiles for $50. Is there a $50? I'm just playing devil's advocate here. So if I wanted to get some mirror dust, let's look through all this stuff. Okay, there's nothing there. Let's see if there's a pack in here of mirror dust. Every once in a while there is. And sometimes there's even a 50 one. Okay. Mostly these hijack things. And oh, McCoy's still in here. I mean, I'm not really blown away with McCoy's abilities, so I don't think I would. Let's go in the weekly offers. There's all the time. There's stuff like that in here. Here we go. Is that mirror dust or is that premium dust? Okay, for $50, I can buy this pack. I'll get some DTI deal, and I get more premium dust. So to me, the thing is, if you're going to spend $50 for dust, why not this one instead? And you don't have to bust your butt. Now you do get, if you guys are working on my man here, need the shards, then there'd be some value in let's find it. Where's that? Where's the no, that's this thing. Okay, let's go back into it and look at it. Oh, here we are, augmented fire. Uh, there would be some value in getting 10 of these, but to be complete, you can see I'm done with him. I need the other stuff to get him done. Uh, but if you got it 50 extra bucks and you haven't done faction hunt yet, and you're gonna do all three factions, and you also are going, there is a uh, regular event you can see already completed this morning before I went to sleep. The augment engagement, and this gives you a bunch of para and ore and stuff. So if you're if you plan to do all four of these, this faction hunt and uh, where's it at? And this one, you're gonna be doing it anyway, and you want to spend 50, you got 50 extra bucks, go for it. But as far as if you like, uh, if I really want that dust, there's a easier path, and for the same money, and you get valuable DTI credits that this one doesn't have. So that's what, if I was gonna spend 50 bucks, uh, this is what the kicker was. Me, I think the last will go around of this had more of that in it, and that was the reason why I did it last time. And I mean the dust helped too. I think it was the same format on the dust. The dust helped me make an upgrade in that in the let's see, let's go. It helped me help me make a upgrade back here on something I can't remember. I might have went ahead and bumped my shield up. Um, but to me, I'm right into all the good stuff right now. I mean, it would not be nice to get the dust, but now that I can see that I can get DTI stuff, if I'm when I get ready to buy dust, and basically that's what you're doing. You're buying a event where you can get the dust. Uh, I can go here and get more premium dust and also get all that DTI. So we're gonna pass. And one of the higher guys on my deal said, talked about faction. And one thing, he is right. They need to come up with some new stuff. Um, because it's not only me. There's a lot of people that what what they're giving out in these between the arc things are not very valuable anymore. Like as I showed you guys on the Borg Mega Cube thing, that the only thing that was in that store that had any value to me was some hue shards. Everything else I already had, or um, not engaging with a loop anymore. Because once you go, because now that they're doing this with the archives building, where you're archiving loops, and they're still running the mega cube bullcrap, when you can go in here and get your Vidar and your Talios, and you're not even engaging with that loop anymore. It's stupid. Okay, we got a pull here, so that means we'll be able to upgrade this ship. Also, what was it? Was it old? No, it was crystal I needed for that upgrade for that ship. And you can see I need to do some polys. They were doing them the other morning. I just didn't feel like doing them. Oh, yeah, we got a bunch of people in my alliance are all over those stupid uh, event. There's some not decent stuff in that store, but I mean, for once, sometimes I get like I did with the junker. I have like regrets that I spent the money on the ship, because one of the content creators hyped up that how good the refinery is going to be, and then I found out it's about on par as the Gorn one. It's not as hard keep it full like the Gorn, but you still got chance bull crap like on this one, and all three of these had chances, no guarantee stuff, or you didn't have choice where I could go in here and get just Archer or anything. I don't like that, and it was the same thing with this stupid thing. Um, so you can see for right now while I've got loot, I'm going to do uh, a pull from here, and my interceptor. I suppose I could go in here and do this one, but I don't have loot. It only gives you a pull enough to do one at the tier where I got it right now. I need to look, because I did make a pull. I might be able to upgrade both of these ships now. Let's look and see if we can. And that'll help me in the other. If they use any kind of mats at all, it'll help me in the uh, that one event. And that's how I'm gonna have to roll from now on, because I don't have anything in the shipyard that's gonna crap, I keep messing up. I don't have anything in the shipyard that helps me for these events anymore. Or not the shipyard, but the station. Okay, so let's find, oh, here we go. Here's the rev. We'll go to the rev, put that on there. Yeah, I do. So let's see, we got a choice of warp, guns. I think I'm gonna go with the guns. And so I've got four more upgrades, and I do that last tier, and I think I'm done. I don't think there's any. Thank you. They're going to give you materials to take the ship back up to tier 15, I guess. Uh, but the key thing is after you upgrade these guys, you put that skin on it immediately. Don't go in there and start taking your ship back up, because apparently there's some. I don't know if there's some kind of efficiency on the skin or whatever, but you don't get enough. If you don't put the skin on first, you don't get enough resources to take your ship to where it needs to be. And when I get up there, I'm going to review that again on the scrapping thing, just to make sure. Um, because at the time during the arc, I didn't give a crap about this ship at all. But far as I need to go through here and talk about do a video for YouTube of talking about every specialty ship and the real usefulness of it. Because there are ones that we have that you absolutely don't need, like the Defiant. I can see the Defiant being useful for a very small amount of people in the game. That was maybe the first of these specialty ships that I didn't buy out of the box during the arc. But they were selling a partial deal with the Prince, and I ended up buying that, for like half the price, for $50 or something. And because the guy that was the admiral of the alliance I was in, he was selling me hard that I really needed that ship. That I was hurting myself without it. But then when I got it, I'm like, well, hell, this doesn't do. The ship is weak, and because I had my Katinga and whatever the rare is at 40. I can't remember what the 40. It also had a tiered out uh, epic ship, so I didn't need it for solo solo armadas. I already had way stronger ships than the Defiant probably is now. Let's look at it. Now I heard one content creator said to uh, now the dynamics he's changed. I don't know if he would have the same stance because of the cube, but he was telling people to skip the D4 and use the Defiant instead. But that's crazyville. That if your server is in still hadn't made the 4G ascension, uh, that D4 is a monster. Um, if you crew it right, you can beat the Enterprise all the time. Now with the strike teams, I would guarantee it probably would still beat it. Then I had to do some crew jujitsu to beat the Enterprise. Enterprise was the strongest ship in the game at that time, but I did figure a crew to beat it in the old days, pre strike team. And but see now with all these new crews and lower decks and stuff like that, it put that element back in the game. To me, PvP is fun. Um, I mean, even like last night, even when I lost against the one player, um, I learned some valuable information that will help me again. And then when I made the adjustments, he couldn't beat me anymore again. But um, so that's what it's about. Now, to me, that's the game. That's the game. The strategic part of the crewing, um, not how many miners I can send into the 70 system, you know, or how much stuff I can put in on mining Monday, you know. That should have never been in the game, but that's what this server has become. It's a server of farming alliances, and we get to the point we need guys to come up and defend the server, or uh, a lot of things. It ends up being our alliance against the other server for the most part. Now the guys that are our allies were helping a lot too, but they don't have as many 60s, and they got 270 players and some 60 players, but they're not as big as us. So, and they do have some farming element that went into their alliance when we busted up one. Okay, now we can see. I think I've got one of those bonuses here for this one for somehow. I don't know how but if I made a full 4 pet chess pool, that would cost me 2.5 million in raw. And I would say even if I say if I got the luckiest pull ever and I got 422 222 uh that, and I got the 80, say I got the perfect storm where I got four of these. That's not worth the effort it would take to get 2.5 million. I just got 2.7 by just going up into space and hitting a couple of ships, but that's not the norm. Like, let's get my Selkie. I got some small ones. I got one that are tiered up high. I'm gonna go with the lowest one I got. We'll use it for an example. Um, two, two, two. Like I do expect some blowback. I expect people to start hitting me UPC now. So that's got to be part of the game because because they don't understand there's a difference between OPC and UPC. That's going to be a problem now going forward. But to me, it's going to be worth it just to stop. Either make some of these people play the game like it's supposed to be played, or quit. And I can take both. If we get enough people quit, maybe we can merge and get with a more aggressive bunch like this server used to be. Because when this server merged with uh, 74, we were 75. Um, we were aggressive, war. Now there was a couple alliances that benefited coming over here because they were farming alliances too. So they got to get. And what they did when we first went over, there were like the biggest alliance on 74 and four or five alliances. No, there was another one on 74 that joined us that was like the sister alliance of that one. Uh, there was two of theirs and four of ours. But what happened there is the farming element took over the coalition, and we had to bust it up. And I mean, the alliance that I was in was the strongest alliance on 74. And what happened was one of the biggest, the second biggest player on the server when we both merged, he decided to get like in a I'm trying to think of a nicer word. There is another word I'm thinking of, but I'm not going to use it. Um, they got into a spend. I'm going to use the word spending contest. And even though I told, because I was in the alliance with one of the guy that quit, who gave up when he figured out he couldn't outspend this dude. Uh, he ended up just quitting like a pussy, and left that whole alliance up for grabs because basically he was he was the balls of the alliance, and when he got cut off, they decided they were gonna they when we got stabbed in the back by some people in the alliance, and they didn't want to do anything about it. They just rolled over and took whatever territory that our former co-alliance gave us, like a bunch of cowards. And they finally, when I went into another alliance, we went to war with them and just freaking annihilated them to where they had to bust up the alliance, and then now they're using a different name and uh, whatnot. But but the thing was about it is they let that happen because there were enough guys in that alliance that we could have done something. I mean, it wasn't like, but they lost six of their best players to the alliance I'm currently in right now, and which now is the top alliance on the server by a long shot. And it was, I mean, because before, when the guy was still playing, and they weren't taking anything from anybody. If somebody was uh, up to shenanigans, we handled it. We handled it pretty quick. But even though the alliance that, like I said, the alliance I'm in now, uh, on 74, on 75, we're the most aggressive alliance in the game, even more so than anyone over here, because there's only a remnant of the guys that were in that alliance um, that I was in when we were the king of our line of our server. Um, there's some of those guys left, but for the most part, some of the but like when we'd go to war, um, the other side would be crying for mercy in the first few days. But we were at war with the alliance that we're allies with now for months, which that would have never happened. We would have handled business in a week. But it ended up being like it is now. It's going to happen this way now. It's going to be me and six other guys are going to take on the other alliances, and uh, everybody else is just going to play their game, and that where when when we decided when the war wore out, we were fighting over who could get to bases and players and stuff like that. That's the way it used to be. I miss that, but there are too many players from some of the weaker alliances from 75 in this alliance now that I look at the roster and shake my head. Why they let this guy in here? You know, it, and that's the problem. That's the problem with the alliance dynamic at all because too many of these guys look at this and try to think that makes you uh, healthy or strong or whatever. And I can tell you that's not the truth at all. Those numbers don't mean anything if you. It's the players in the alliance, not the numbers. Even though we were still power differential wasn't that big on 75 when we were together. We were barely, we were ahead power wise from the other ones, but as far as the players that were in the alliance, they were second to none. We usually won the incursions for us or whatever event that we had going on, alliance wise or whatever. It was it was really a battle on all the stuff of who was going to be second, unless it was something we all deemed it wasn't worth dealing with. And it wasn't much. There was always some people in the alliance that had to win it, whether it was really worth engaging in or not. But we need to merge on this. We need to we need to merge. I wouldn't mind merging with that 91 we just had the alliance with. I wouldn't mind merging with them at all and joining one of their alliances. Um, I don't know, or maybe we could get some. Maybe we could poach some better players from one of theirs. That's a damn good possibility too. But there needs to be something done on this server because it gets old. I mean, little like I said, I didn't play that much this time. I played about 2 hours the first 2 hours, and then a couple of times at work. Uh, I had a break. On my break, I helped. And those was all just SOS calls that I got in my DM. Uh, did that when I was on break, and but the past 5 or 6 of them, it's been defending the server instead of going out and doing what I used to do is take the attack to them. But we had so many people just giving uh, stuff out like they're a bank, I spent the whole time doing nothing but defending, and I don't like that. That's a crappy way to play that incursions. I'm sitting there guarding somebody who you know what they did a shitty job trying to guard my base. I can tell you that. So I got to remember that. Let's see what's going on here. Who's this? Okay, this is an interceptor, so that'd be a bad, poor choice. What's going on up here? Why are they? You got to be kidding me if the 47 guy's going to a 30 system to auto grind. Let's see. Trying to see what he's gonna do in here. Oh, there's a. Oh boy, this will be good. I can't hit him. He's too low. But I can definitely put this in channel. I wish I could though, but we're going to. Okay, it's been doing this lately. 40 red dot. Now my old lines, there'd be a race to who somebody put that something like that up. There'd be a race to who. What's going on here? One operator for two for the one's June 7th. Let's see. Don't want to work. I'm trying to think. Do I want to work? One for two for the 8th. One for. Let's see. No, I got a doctor's appointment on the 10th. I'm pretty sure. Can't do that. And if I wanted to do that, do it on the 7th or I think I'm gonna pass. Or I could do it midweek. Now somebody got the 9th and the 10th already. So no go on that. Well, I'm just looking at work. I'm sorry, guys. If I want to do this, I got to do this quick. I don't know. I think I'm gonna wait a little bit on it. But see, look, I put a there would have been a race to this. I mean, if somebody would have posted that, I'd be having to have a ship ready to come out and kill this guy one back in the day, and there's still nobody. Yeah, see, this is not the same. We're not the same. We're not the same alliance we used to be. There would have been a race. There would have been a race to this guy because he's in regular space. It would take like less than a minute. Let's see how long it would take me to get here. 33 seconds. In the old days, 33. You would have had to been the. If you took you 40 seconds to get up here, you weren't getting them. You know what I'm saying? Gosh, I miss the days. I miss the days when we were. There's one guy on our alliance that just saw. I saw a purple. Saw a purple dot. There he goes. He got him. Nope. That. Dang it. Yeah, some of the guys are saying, yeah, it's too low for me, too low for me. I understand that, but we got guys in the alliance that are. Yeah, too busy doing other crap, man. They're doing Zindi armadas on instead of waiting, leaving them for. There's a, I see. I just saw. I just saw a purple dot. Did the guy come in there and warp and decide he didn't want to? Yep. Well, dude, I'm gonna have to step this crap up. If these guys aren't gonna do it, I can't hit the guy. He'd be gone. He wouldn't. Y'all would have saw me blow the dude up right there. There are probably a bunch of these dudes in. Where's it at? Monavine space. Let's find it. Which, unless you're just a very low player, this shouldn't even be part of your game anymore because of the DTI thing. That should have been the. So I'm gonna look see if I see any red dots or guys with like that. See, that's too low for me though. But if I see a caution sign in hard row, I'm gonna hit those guys too. But I give up. Now that guy I might be able to hit. Let's let's give this guy some love. I don't take him out very often, but I think I can hit. It's either 43 or 44 is my limit. We'll find out here in a second. I mean, I don't like hitting guys this low, to be quite honest with you. But I gotta shake these guys up. Okay, I can hit at 43. That's what I needed to know. All right, let's go into here's a 51. Let's see what alliance he's in. I've never even heard of it. Oh, yeah, I have Mako. Never mind. They're like, I think they're like a dude. I think they're like an alliance with like 5 dudes or something like that, or insequential. Okay, here we go. Here's a 49. Hoping it's a risen guy, but it's, gosh, I didn't know this guy was still playing the game. I used to rate him all the time. Yep, that's what I feared. Even though they talked a bunch of noise in AC, this ain't the alliance we used to be in. Like I said, they let way too many uh, players from the weaker alliances from 75. Just because they were in 75, they let them in over here because they kind of try to do like a 75 versus 74 crap. To me, what I wanted to do, and I couldn't get it going, I wanted to start like a tier one alliance where we only had uh, strong, aggressive players in it. But I could never get it going because there's way too many guys that like being in this dynamic where they can be hero worshipped. Okay, it looks like most people have gotten that message. You don't really need this is a dead mechanic. But you'd be surprised what people have seen in here. They'll actually bring like real warships instead of the Monavine. And to be honest with you guys, these auto grinding like these guys are doing, it's a lot easier to come in here and just start popping these hostiles and getting done with it. If you're especially if you're trying to do those milestones in the uh, field training for this stuff, way easier just to come in here and do what you need to do and get out of here. Set one of these ships in overnight or whatever. Plus, it gives you the wrong loot. It gives you way too much of the loot that's not easy to spin. It has the longer cooldown on. Um, like this, I can do these. They ever have one of these where these count? Look at how many of these I got, and I haven't done these. And last time they had one that did, I used every one of them up. I might get that from the DTI, the not the DTI, but the archives thing every day. But once this archives became a thing, this should be done with. And even if you're like a person, I don't know what level it opens up, probably 40. Um, the all the other ones are for your game, and even if you're in the 50s, um, the Mona should be the Monavine one should be the first, and then the Tally. And what I did with it, let's go ahead and send that home. I don't need that loot. But when I did when that came out, the very first thing that I took off the board was the Mona V for one reason, for this. Some people ask, well, how do you get so much in the game? Any kind of thing like this is a must for me. I got that one done just within the first week, and uh, then the second one was this one, and I went with that for a long while. And then I did the Voyager one, and then I finally did the Vidar because I got tired of having to make those pulls in there for nothing. And I won't ever do these three: the Botany Bay, the Devore, or the Fuchsia one. I just won't do them because they're not. To me, that it's not a valuable loop because because of the freebooter. I can go in the free in the X Borg with using the loot that I get from freebooters every day. Is I can go into this one here and look, and for 2,800 of that loot, I can pull 7 chests. You never have to mine it again or engage with the loop or any of it. Just you come in here when you need it, take a quick pull, and be honest with us, guys. Let's be completely, totally honest. Are these pulls worth anything? Really? Like you hear, I didn't do that other one, but so I'm making 2 pulls, and I get 1,500 lat. And the other one's better because it's concentrated, but not much. I mean, that might help a Ops 20 player, Oh, good. I got enough for my to do my treasury. Whoops. I've been stuck on that on this level for months. I mean, yeah, I could went and bought the loot. I don't like to spend on on these gimmick buildings. Okay, I'm gonna let it tick down a little bit, but I've got to do it. I know I've got to do it probably by the end of the week because I want to have it to be tiered up at uh, before the next one. But used to, like when before they changed it to whatever the rare or whatever the hell that the loot that it uses now, um, you would get enough loot in the treasury itself to maybe every two you would be able to upgrade it. But now I got to convert that loot into this other loot. It took forever to pull it. And that's one you want to do because you're getting better rewards as you tear it up. I don't know how much better, but you know, most of the time you're spending $100. I'd rather get more than less. This last one I got for free. I grinded out a free one. And you guys who don't want to spend it, you know what? This is always on the fence with me every time it comes in. Is there something in there that can absolutely help me? If the answer is no, then I've not redeemed them a few times, or I've been low on cash. But for the most part, the one now the ones that we just had where it's all parts, especially if it like this last one was interceptor heavy. Um, far as the mats go, the parts were all the same. But say you're doing an explorer and you really need that freaking gas and ore, which you had no ore in it for because it was an explorer. I mean, an interceptor. Well, that whole that whole treasury at least is not as valuable to you. But I would argue parts are is for me at least right now. The parts are the bigger uh, bottleneck than anything. I mean, sure, that's a lot of crystal, but I can get that in a week by just doing the vents and making pulls in the refinery. Now this one I won't. Even if I go in there and mine my butt off in this system where I'm mining where I mine the uh, broken parts, no, it would probably take me 3 weeks to pull it. I'll have to get it close through some events or whatever that are offering parts, and then use a pack to put it over the top. Um, but if I was to buy it, let's say that I want to scratch off one a freaking $1,000,000, and money's not an option. You're talking 4 packs, three, 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 probably four to get enough parts just for one of these upgrades. Because this one's 86. I think all four of these are 86. I think they're identical upgrades. The impulse engine is all I need is crystal. I could probably do that, and let's see, all I need is crystal. Like I said, I could probably earn that, and I'll probably do this upgrade next week when we have a mat event. I won't spend to get it now. Even then, if I wanted to, just for the crystal, I think the biggest packs come with like 17,000 of the crystal. I'd still have to buy 2 packs to finish this one. But this one's easily earned during the game, so I'm not really worried about these parts. Absolutely, and the rare parts are even harder. But I've got enough for one upgrade right now. But for a while, the biggest hiccup in this thing was this. This was what usually held me up when I was in my early 60s up here, was the tritanium, the Sigma tritanium. But not so much now because um, they've done a good job adding more of the resources in the game, and we all, every week, almost every week, this time we have the ticketed events going where you can get 3 days worth of the try. And sometimes in these events we'll have them too. I don't think we have anything rolling with it any now though. Oh yeah, here we do. So you can see that's not bad. Will the BBAA give you? I haven't looked at that. You might be right about that. I'll look at it real quick. So what you want to look at is through the master. Yeah, it looks like it does give you 62,000. But problem is, I'm already done with them. I'm already done with the augment uh, thing. I don't need rep like this new ship that's coming out. I'm not buying it unless it's got to have a whole, have more usefulness than what they've shown us so far. Um, See, I maxed out my rep. I don't. And to be honest with you guys, it's a lot easier to earn that rep grinding than to fund a dead mechanic. And that means you have to engage with a stupid ship as well to uh, I mean that you mean you know what, that might be the most useless ship in the game, the Botany Bay. Even when I was a low player, I did what I had to do to get through the uh, let me go here, missions. Let me okay when the you got the main story missions, or what we used to call the mainline missions, and then you got all these faction ones, and you got general. I don't know if it was in the general ones, or was it in the main story one. Well, you had stuff that made you engage with that ship, but as soon as I could not do anything, didn't have to do anything with it, I never touched that ship. And and be totally honest with you, man, back in the day when they used to do the different, where the Apex thing wasn't every week, it was like the in between arc type stuff. I mean, they didn't do it every time either. Um, they used to have a part of it where you had to mine data. And let's see, where's the systems at? And there's still people who do it today, where you could go in here and you mine this data. Well, I'm surprised there isn't people on nodes. But you go here and you mine this data. What I used to do is wait until those events came along, and I would knock them out at PC all day and get like 30 or 40 million of the data, and just pull off of that until the next one. I've seen who it was. Okay, he's too low. I need to look to see if any of the enemy guys are in here. God, here's a 50 player in here doing this. What the hell? Oh, here's a 64. Who the heck is this? We're popping this dummy. Oh, I got the. He must. Oh, there's a red dot. That's exactly what I was looking for. That. But I've watched a 64 player in here auto grinding on this stupid thing. Now, to get away, to get out of that, what you see, we got rules row where if they were sitting on this thing and just even if it was a zero node or whatever, they would be safe under row instead of just sitting at the edge of the system. It's not like it's going to hit you faster because sometimes they don't even come in on your side. See, mine's frozen up. But let's go ahead and see if there's any more of these wonderful people. I can't believe that 60 player was sitting in there. I mean, this is. I could maybe see an Ops 30 or Ops 20 or whatever still engaged, but an Ops 45? Come on. See, that's the this is the stuff that I wished I could. I think if I found out I had a 64 player parked in one of these little systems, he wouldn't be in my alliance very long. But you go in here, go in one of these systems. They have both I guess charge. I don't know what. And then they got the ones that are no, they're corrupted and non-corrupted. That's how they put it. But this one here, you can get these, but they're not as worth as much as these in the refinery. I mainly used it for. Let's see, is it Rogue? I'm trying to remember where the hell is data is used. I don't think it's an augment, is it? No, it's with the Stella, so it's with the Outlaw. And what I used to do it is to earn. I would turn that data in. There's a place where you can turn data into uh, loot. I would turn the loot into I mean data into loot, and I would use that. And there's these, and then there's, or maybe it's in the augment space. You gotta find the old loop. They're trying to see it. There used to be. I'll see if there is still. I'm trying to find it. They changed this so much. It's so different that there used to be a place where you could exchange data for stuff too, but I guess they took that out of here when they redid it. But I used that to get me. I thought there was maybe a legacy thing in here, like they do for the. But there's not. There used to be like a pool where you could get Khan and all those guys. And they redid it. Well, anyway, I got Katie, which was a large part of my O rating crew was Rom, Katie, and Khan. That was used to be the best rating crew in the game. Well, I tiered out my Katie by making the pulls in here, and that was really the only way you could get her. And I used it from hunting OPC during the Apex event. So I mined whatever the get through the first mission, and then I parked that Botany Bay, and I never did anything with it after that. But I'm saying it's a lot. I think it's a lot easier just to go up and grind that reputation than it would be making doing what you have to do to do it. And that might be how some of those guys got it done quicker than me. But if you already have the Botany Bay tiered out and you want some junk to go along with the reputation, that's not a horrible way to go. If you've already engaged with the mechanic at one time. I just never did. Like the outlaw and augment stuff, I thought was a waste of time. It didn't help me. It didn't help me in my regular game. I just saw it as a time waste for low players or in free to play players. The time waste for them where they can feel like they got something, accomplished something. I mean, there are good loops in this game, and there's ones that are not, and I never thought those were valuable at all. But I do miss my. I used to call it my Katie needs new shoes tournament, like the Jerry Lewis tournament, and I would keep a leaderboard on how much OPC data I would get. I miss that. That was my own event that I made up during it because that was the only thing I would do because I didn't care about the rest of the event. You know what I'm saying? And I would just go and hunt OPC for 3 days or whatever, how long it went. I don't know if it went 2 days or 3 days, but I never engaged with it. Okay, let's switch. Guys, I got my nose is running. I don't know if there's sinus, some pollen or something in the air, whatever, man. I might have to go to my ear, nose, and throat doctor and get an allergy shot because I'm not. After I got that COVID the last time, man, I get upper respiratory infections real easy. And it'll go right from upper respiratory to pneumonia. Okay, we're talking about the Selkie. Let me get my little bitty one of my smaller ones. What tier is it? Tier 2. Before I got sidetracked there. Okay. Now the Selkie doesn't even hold 1 million, so you'd have to make a full pull in the refinery. You'd have to make 3 trips, and that's like at a tier 2 one, which I probably got the cargo bay uh, upgraded. No, I don't. So if I did that, that would give me a little bit more. But this ship, I don't hardly ever use these. Like if I'm hoping if once they do expand the scrapping, I'll probably scrap all but one or two of those if it's possible. I'd rather invest it into this ship. If I can scrap those, I will. But they are, if you're like a level 61, 62 player, having at least two or three of those are probably a must. Or you're going to be spending so much lat you won't. So that's why, like we heard all the horror stories when all these guys first went to the 60 space, or G6, um, about it, because none of those guys are used to having speed ups to expedite everything, and you didn't have that anymore. You had to spend all this lat, so they were having to double spend. They were spending to get the resources and spending to get latinum. That's why if you look at my guide going to 61, I say you need to save some of it up because you need to go when you go as soon as you pop that 61 and get that op 61 done. Um, let's go into the space. You need to have enough latinum, and so you some by then most of us have earned a little bit of some of the loot from other things because you start getting a small bleed. You don't have enough that really helps you a lot, but it help you from doing a whole cold spin where you have to spend everything for it. So you could probably get through that base, but you're gonna have to go uh, after you get the op 61. You're gonna have to go academy, R&D, and shipyard, and that's all gonna cost you that. So you can get that Selkie out of the. I had enough latinum that I got all the way to my shipyard, started the Selkie, but didn't have enough speed ups to get it until the very next day. I was a little bit short on the latinum because I'd spent, I don't remember how much it was, dude. I'd never spent that much lat in my life. I'm not one that before before 61, there was very little I ever spent latinum on. But now I do it all the time for the speed ups. Like if I wanted to finish this one, it would cost me 12, probably 13 million if I use one of these speed ups. Um, so about 13 million in lat. And right now I got 429. I had like 600 and something. But I did speed up some research so I could score in this event here, which I'm in second place. I don't think I got a shot at first, but it's funny that none of these guys are spending on this. That's 400,000. That's 100. That's 100 epic shards of any of these officers that are in that. Any of that. If there's anything that there's one to spin hard on, it's this one. But I did it last arc, and I'm not gonna do it again. I spent. I bought three of those packs, but they were like the ones that are in there now are like the unlimited ones, but they have less. Let's go to it. They have 100,000 in there. Well, day one pack had 160,000, and then after the first week they put a bonus pack in there that had 160 as well, and you can only get two. You can see I don't have those in the deal because I bought all three of them because I saw the value. Because there isn't the one plus of this last arc is this. There's literally almost every officer in the game somewhere in one of these groups. Um, whether you're a PvP guy or a PvE guy, man, if you didn't engage hard in this, I don't know what game you're playing, man. Like all the rares in this deal, except for French Marshal Q, or all of mine are done. Miss Q too. I didn't do her. She's on tier 4, and so is Mariachi Q. Well, no, Mariachi Q I've tiered out. I'm talking Phil Marshall. Phil Marshall is tier 3, just because out of those officers there, I thought he was the least valuable. Enemy has any state from it puts. I mean, you've got Hugh that does almost the same thing, but a little bit better. He's just like another Hugh, but he's not as good. Um, but I tiered him out. I did finish my Mariachi Q. Tuvok got finished, and Romney got finished. I finished those were really important. Let's see who else I did. No, 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 no. I think I took my Rachel Garrett up one tier. I mean, I would have loved to spend it all on her. I would have spent every bit of it, but um, for 100,000 gets you 25. So that would cost you $100 just to get 25 shards. When I do the rare, when I was buying the $160 pack, that was giving me about 130 shards. And plus all the stuff I won, and I won the event. It was like one like this that gave you 400,000. I won that event. I think it had Quasi in it, and I needed Quasi too. So, and let's see who else did I did. Did some other people too. I think I tiered up the Cat Doctor. I got Freeman, but that was from yesterday's incursions. Finished him out. Uh, the ones I wanted to do, but again, they're epics. They're you got to spend $100 worth of those tokens just to get 100. So I didn't want to do that. Um, let's see who else. There were other people that I did. I can't remember. Oh, you know what I did? Yeah, I did. I helped. Where's Troy? Yeah, I finished Troy. Finished Troy. I don't think I did her. No, no, no. Now, I'll tell you this: if they hadn't put the new sourcing into Win DeMarco in the game, I would have used every token I could get for her. But there was just now they got the new sourcing in the new augment store for her. Not that she wasn't worth doing it, just that there were other officers that I have worse sourcing that I went after. You know what? I did finish out Kara too. Now I think about it. But I only needed like I think I only needed like 50 to finish her, and I think this number's not right. There's not many. I don't know of any rare that takes that many. Now I was telling a guy, a lower player on my in my alliance, that because he doesn't have him unlocked, that he didn't need that many. That Odo wouldn't have been a bad place to put his just because he works both. He'll help the guy from on PvP and PvE. To me, those especially lower players who have limited, or when I was that in that place, uh, I would look at stuff like that. Something that can help me on both, because even though I'm a PvP oriented player, to compete in the events, to get the stuff I need to upgrade my ship, I have to also um, have the best PvE crew possible. Unless I would just want to spin, and I don't want to spin. I mean, there are guys in the game that wouldn't even care having uh, Janeway tiered out, or the Armada officers tiered out, but you need to be, even if you're a PvP focused player, you've got to have strong PvE crews, just so you can earn the reputation, you can compete in events and win officer shards, uh, get much needed resources to keep you going. Even though I'm the maybe the I might be the most focused PvP player on my server, you can see that if you look at some of these events, you'll see that I'm way up there. And I was probably one of the first 5, 6 players on my server to finish the augment reputation. So it's all important. It's all important in the game, but you get people who get focused on the wrong stuff. I mean, I do what I have to do for this. Now, there's some things I need to do. I gotta remember what it. I think I'm low in Gorn. What happened there? Oh yeah, I still had my wave defense crew in here. Let's go ahead and change this. Probably need to go in and check all my ships. Yeah, kind of just pull. Well, I got Quasi and uh, let's see. Let's go group and see who I can put in those places in case I need to use it. Okay, whoops, I didn't push the wrong button. Okay, let's go group. And I've been running Kazi in that spot. You could put any of these mirror crews, but I'm using them all. Um, the crew that I like to run in here was Honor Guard Wharf right there, but I think I got him in another set. Let's go with strength. Oh, I think I got him in another set now. Yeah, I got him in with the Freeman crew. I just won't use my other Kretschna. And you can see I got the stupid skin on it, but it's not. It looks this when you look at it looks pretty okay, but when you look at it on it looks pretty cheesy. It doesn't look as good as the other one by far. I may leave it like that to help differential. I mean, to help me know which is which. If we get into like a defense where I take both of them in there, that will definitely help. I haven't seen any today. Saw the one that I went into for about 15 minutes. I know there's some more than one that goes off today. But anyway, guys, let's get busy. All right, so I did the regular wave defense to get some loot. So let's go in there and I'm gonna make some. I'm just gonna use whatever loot that I won. Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and use it to get Sloan. Or wait a minute, I'm gonna go down here and make some officer pulls first. And I still got 9 hours before my. That's what I'm using this loot for is the Galt. I'm using this loot for right now for Phil Marshall Q, Miss Q, and probably I'll do Specialist 7, but the problem was I was low on it, so um, I went with Miss Q because she's closer to being done. I'm looking to see if there's any other stuff I can spend it on before I blow everything on Sloan. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough stuff to spin this. I mean, they did a good job putting the newer stuff in here for the solo defenses, but they didn't put enough stuff. Like I've been pulling these just for the hell of it. You know what I'm saying? Now these ones for my 5G, I mean my 6G ships, they all use the new loot instead of this one, which is stupid. Um, but there are some good stuff too. I need to engage on get back to pulling these pulls, but uh, during the arc when we're earning these startups left and right, I was making, I got my Amelia Earnhardt up to like tier 5, and I unlocked several of these doing this, but I haven't been pulling them lately because to me these officers have been more valuable. And like I said, I got limited starts now, where before that wasn't a huge issue. I'm sure you didn't want to waste them, but I was doing like, you know, bunches of them at a time. So let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and do a couple of solo defenses to get some loot. Let's go back and I'll change crews. So I've got them set up labeled for my uh, my rare ships instead of my epics. But I'm just gonna do a little bit of crew changing on it and go with my enterprise. We'll put the same one as my rare. Now the only one that's really different is I'm not going to use a cube. And we'll pull that one off of there. And let's go cube. We need to pull. I don't need Neelix on there, because with the cube he works good. I'm going to have to find somebody. Okay, I can just take Tindy and put her there. Now I'll make sure I didn't pull somebody off. I shouldn't, but it was kind of sloppy. Have you had any issues getting uncommon FC credits to retire those daily pools? FC credits. You're talking about Phil? You're talking for the Commanders? Smith Falls Bears in fan. Where are you? Pick. Okay, yeah, I've finished that a long time ago, man. I don't. Or the you're talking about the. I mean, I do the dailies as much as possible. You're for the forbidden technology to get the not the forbidden technologies to do the max fortification you're talking about. I do that as often as I can, but uh, right now of course, I got Lorca in the first seat because if he's not, you lose some of his abilities. I'm running Lacorda, you know him. I'm running Sloan, Kirk, 7 to 9, and then I've got Khan. Maybe you have. I may not have him in the right seat. I wonder if I can. Let's pull him off. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I think he might be. You might be able to switch him out with Lorca for this ability, whatever this is. But for me, is more valuable than Khan. But I'm gonna see if um I'll take the hit, the 4 hour hit. Let's go put that there, and then I'm gonna put. I don't think it's gonna let me put him right back. Oh yeah, it will. Okay, yeah, you might have to switch Lorca and Khan, but I'm not gonna do that though. Used to have cooldowns and you couldn't do what I'm just doing right now. You'd have to wait. So yeah, so it looks like he has a ability like um I didn't even look at that because there's really I guess is it this ability here? On the start of combat against players on duty active ability. I wonder if that's it. Because that's where Lorca's is. Lorca's fist. But see, I still got some work on these to get where I can tear that up. But you can see I've got a bunch of all the most important ones in here for him. I've already got done. Okay. That's the one I was working on right there. But Khan's going to be the easiest one in the game to tear up because all you have to do is go engage in the loop. But this doesn't unlock until you get to superior. That's thanks, Mr. Tiger, on that. That some lower players are going to have a really hard time getting up there to do this. But uh, so once you get to superior, you get these drop boxes, right? You get these drop boxes, which gives you loot that you can engage with uh, these champions. And you can see there are various stages. There's one that you don't see that I couldn't defeat. That was the nightmare one, which is basically the same hostile as those new 70 ones. That unless you have a cube or a epic ship over 100 billion, you have no shot at killing it. Um, so that one will be out there for a while because my correction is a little bit away from being 100 billion. Uh, but you go in here, I can kill these pretty easy. And when I do that, it gives me uh, I believe 4,500, or it's either 4,000 or 4,500. We'll do one in a minute. That's and will give me 4,500 of the loot, and then I take that loot and I go into here. Now here, key for people who don't want to buy a con, you can go in this deal, take that loot. Like I said, I got 4,500, so I would get that, get 10 con shards. I would have, if I knew this existed, I would, to be honest, you guys, I would have bought the slot for $100 to put an officer in, but I would have free to play the con because this is an easy path. You just have to get to superior. Well, once you get there, you can see you're getting 50,000 for every pull in reputation points, and you get this here. This is what I'm going for right now. But there are two boxes. One of them gets you the con unlock, and one of them's just the regular one that gives you these skill points. So every uh, every time I do one of these, pull one of these boxes, I get 200 skill points, and I'm also getting uh, 5,000 of his affinity, and I'm also getting uh, a half a million. I guess it is, yeah, half a million of the affinity augment points. But once you get up there, the rep goes, not, I won't say fast, because these things are pretty hard. I'm gonna do these wave defenses, then we'll go up there and we'll engage with the loot for some of you who hadn't seen it. But I need to do these wave defenses first, or I'll forget and not do them at all. Let's see. Let's do the epic. Let's see how many. Okay, I've got 13 starts. Haven't done these in a while, so they're stacking up a little bit. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna go here, here, and here. Okay, there's my other one. So what I do is I use like a triangle formation. Put my A ship over here, my B ship here, and my C ship is kind of okay where it's at, but I'm going to pull it out just a little bit. And I just work them. We'll start it, and then I'll go back here. Just A, B, C. Then I go immediately switch back to A. Go tell A to go over here. Tell B to go get this one up here. And C to get it over here. Okay, now they're going to spawn up here for the next two is going to be the primary place is going to be up here. But there is going to be a straggler down here, so you got to watch for him. So what I end up doing now is I'm going to go A. I'm going to get the B and go here. Then I'm going to go, okay, yeah, this one's a little bit closer, but that's the next. And so I'm going to go back, take my A ship, take it up there. I'll get my B ship to get this one. And then get my C ship to get this one coming over here. Now they're going to primarily spawn up here on 3. But the thing is, on the last one, you got to have your one of your ships needs to be right there for the fourth wave. Okay, so I'm gonna go A. I think B's over here. C's over here. Okay, A's finished. Go B. Okay, now I'm gonna set my A down here. Man, when I had my cube, I had to be a little bit more quicker on the pull here. And now I need to get that B ship there. So I'm going to put it on C is going to be the one I'm going to start with instead of A because there's going to be one that's going to spawn right there. And then I just work the alphabet again. And then you got to quickly go up here because there's going to be one moving pretty quick. And then the rest of them are easy peasy. And it doesn't look like there's any lag or they're broke. That's another good thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just work it. Get back on A, so I'm going to go here. There. And we're done. I call it the Phil Jackson or triangle defense. That was his big thing back in the Bulls day with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman. You're a Chicago fan, you probably know what I'm talking about. And another thing you can do if you want to go right back to the same system, you just do this so you don't have to scroll. It puts you right there and you can go right back and do it again. And we'll put the B. I wish it would put it in whatever place you put it, but it just spawns wherever it wants to. So I'm going to stick B here. Put my A about right there. And my C right here. Now, if you're if you're a lower player watching, something you can't if you're having a hard time with these hostels, I'm not, so that's one reason why you're seeing me not do this. But you could. The better setup would be if I had my cube in here and I use the battle triangle. If you're having a hard time with the hostiles, so you would go battleship on explorer, uh, interceptor on battleship, and explorer on uh, interceptor. That would help you with hull damage a lot. And there's also you go into the faction store, and I've done some of it, but I didn't really need the help that much with it. You go down here in the X board, there's all kinds of favors that will boost your uh, Is it export? No, no, no. It's section 31, I think. In one of these there is. Let's see. Solo, yeah. There are ones that you could go do in here that will boost you. See, I need to come in here and get hit some of these harder than what I have to boost stuff. Maybe it would help me in that 60 system or the elite one. But there are stuff in here. You can see I've already done some of the Apex Shred stuff in here, but you've got to read and see what it is. See, it only helps me in wave defense. If it helped me in the whole game, this would have been the first thing I would have completely finished. Um, this one increases shred against. See, these are all wave defense stuff. So if you're having problems at your level killing those hostiles, these are probably more important than what I've made them. There are some regular ones for the regular wave defenses you can see down here too. Um, I never had a problem hitting them until the elite one. Yes, con is primary PvP, but still, I don't know many scenarios that I would take Lorca out of the first seat and put con there. That's that's kind of a bad. That's kind of a bad game design. And they should have like made it to where the number two chair uh, activated that for him because I don't know many people that would take Lorca out of the first chair. I might be wrong. There might be some guy that like the guy that was on 91 that had his Borg cube and his epic ships tiered out. Uh, there might be something in there for him. I don't know, but I don't think the common player um, would do that or it would help them that much because Lorca is just to me, like I said, Lorca is the most valuable one of these. Like if I only had one chair down there, it's definitely going to Lorca. Um, I need to pay attention what I'm doing here. I got my stuff mixed up. But these guys are slow, so it didn't make a difference. But yeah, but I like I said, Khan's going to be the easiest one of these to tier up and get the skill points because of the new augment loop. That's just because you're having to already do crap. I need to get my guys and where I need them to be. Okay, I gotta get ready for this. See for this thing to pop right in front of me. Okay, let's go. Okay, we need to go C back up here and get this guy. A over here. And B over there. You haven't got any? Uh, you haven't got any, so I would say Lorca's the most important one. I don't know how easy he is to free to play, but Lorca is the most important one of these officers. And then I would say if you're going to be a PvP oriented person, then I would be Khan. But Khan, you don't have to really choose Lorca or Khan because of the loot. Like I said, he is really easy to source. Like if like I said, if I know that he was going to be that easy to unlock, because I would have already done it by just what the regular play that I've done so far. Um, I wouldn't have done it. And another thing, guy, once you get into the commanders, um, you can't see this now because I don't. I the the Talios and the Devore loop has. We'll open the deal. I'll show you what I got left of it. Uh, see Borg Tech. Okay, I got two pulls, so you can see what's in here. You get all this stuff for the loot for them in these Armada boxes. So when I make a pull right here, I'm getting stuff that helps me tier the officer up. It doesn't give you skill points, but it does. But once you use this, use you have to use these to uh, tier up the officer. And once you tier him up, it gives you points for skill points. And or no, I got that wrong. Uh, the skill points come from I think tearing him up and also the station, the building. And when you tear the building up, you get the uncommon, so you can buy skill points in that refinery over here. Let's go. I haven't really engaged in that loop so long. Uh, it's hard for me to remember. Okay, so you go to the command center and you see all these. Okay, I got one now. I'll do a Captain Kirk. So I earned these by doing maximum fortifications. But it would work the same way with the loot. When you upgrade the building, you get this, and you can use it to. No. I'm. Let's try to think. I gotta go back. I gotta go to one of these things. Hold on. I think I got it backwards. Okay, I can't see it. So there's two different things. You've got to rank him up going to 1 to 20, and that uses one of the loots, and then you got to uh where I got him to 7,000 right here. You use I think you use those gem looking things, this right here, to level up your fleet commander, and this one here you ranks him up. Okay, that's right. So you get some of that. You get in that Borg loop. You end up getting the stuff to rank him up and stuff to tier him up. And then once you tier him up, you earn the loot that you can get for the skill points. Yeah, that's exactly it. And then you look in here, it'll show you the skill points right here. And then you look through here and find stuff that you want to do to use. Okay, yeah, that's it. Well, I mean, there there are like stuff in the event store where you can get these slots in here. Um, that would be something I would think about doing, man, because you're gonna want, like I said, I had no hesitation spending $100 on getting the other slot. Even if Khan would have been a crappy commander, I would have probably put one of the other ones in the slot in the slot instead of him. But no, he's man. I wish I knew what this. Wonder if this was worth it or not. But you can see the cooldown for this chair is quick now. It used to be 4 hours before you could do anything with them when you made a change. If you took, I could see like I didn't have Janeway or Spock in there, but if I wanted to pull one of those out, I could put them in immediately. But any of the guys I took out, like I swapped him and their seating in here. I guess they did this so you can move back and forth between Lorca and Khan here. But I've been using Khan just for his stuff here, man. Let's see, how much do I need to get that one done? Next pull I get, I'll get more than enough to finish that one. Then I need to work on this one because I think this is where the ability is on combat start, increase base. See, I don't know how good that's going to be, actually, guys. It's not going to be better than Lorca's Fist, I don't think. So I don't know why they would do that. Because let's look at Lorca's Fist. And believe me, that was the first thing. And when Lorca, I popped Lorca out, that was the first thing that I teared out was Lorca's Fist. You look at that bonus, you get, and it does help. I can tell you for a fact. But the only problem with Lorca's Fist, it only lasts for, it's very short. Yeah, there are some guys in the game that went back, especially in the arenas. Um, there are some guys that I played that I punched way up on that they're probably like, what the f, man? How did that guy kill me? Um, see, it lasts for like only a minute and 7 seconds, so you have to set it up, and then the cooldown is like uh 7.7 hours and 45 minutes. So you can really, I would say you really could only use it maybe once a day. Like I don't know if cons maybe has a shorter cooldown, and it may be you could do that, but this is not quite a go home cannon for you. But say you got this guy on your server who comes after you a lot that, I mean, doesn't just absolutely crush you, but he's still more powerful than you. You can use the fist on him and blow his mind. And if he's a spender guy, that you'll easily see the fake Scopely some money because he'll sit there and can't figure out why he got beat by a lower player. We had some guys like that on mine. Um, but when that happens, I usually look at my crewing and see what I did wrong there, or I figure out maybe he's got ISO'd himself up. And now you've got the fist to always think about as well. And then what's cool about this ship, let's go ahead and pull it out. Uh, I use those hazard patterns to unlock a active ability for this ship. And you can see it says increase isolic damage against all enemies, and that includes hostiles. This works both ways. So I get a minus tier 14, so I get a 55% boost, and I'm not sure how long it lasts. Um, I've only used it a couple of times, and I wasn't looking to see when it went away. Uh, and also the Enterprise E has it. I just don't have it unlocked yet. I'm working on it, and I'm pretty sure the Realmland ship does too. Let's pull it out as well. See, that was something I could have done. I could have switched. Instead of using my baby crutch, now I could have used this one. I probably will do that going forward. Because if I can do those elite, I'm gonna try that. Because the junker, man, unless trying to do a junker in the 60 is not a good idea. 60 elite. It's okay in the one we just did. I've tried it to see what it would do, but I don't see any. Honestly, I don't see any benefit in the ability. Okay, now let's go manage. No, I don't have to do manage. Uh, let's just go with the. So I don't have it unlocked, so it's not going to tell me anything. But it has the same type of deal. You have to. Let's see where I am with my enterprise. Let's go back. It has the same deal where it goes. Whoops. Okay, why does it keep? Okay, the same thing. All right, requires tier 9. Okay, so I don't have enough. This one's not tiered up high enough for it to work. This one's tier 9 already, I believe. Let's go back. Yeah, this one's only tier 8, so I'm not behind the 8 ball yet. I couldn't even if I was. Yeah, I'm tier 10 on this one. I would be happier if the Defiant if it also the hey man, the Defiant's a piece of ship. Um, that if I was going to do a list like Rev did about the uh, ships, the specialty ships in the game, that would be one I would tell you that you can easily skip because it's just not. Uh, there was no use for it in the game. We already had the Sorrentos, and then right after it we got the Titan, and see he was telling people at one time to get the Defiant and skip that epic ship. Well, in today's game, you can't do that because if you skip the epic ship, it will ops lock your uh, cube where you can't get any more because you've got to have your epic ship tiered to a certain level to unlock one of the, just like my cubes now. Um, both my cubes now are sitting. Let's see, go back. This one here, this one's stuck because I can't get this uh, this data node thing that once I get my Kreshna to tier 17, this unlocks. And it does. There's ones all up and down the deal for the cube. So if you skip the epic ship and then go to your comment, like he was, like him and a couple other people were saying on these channel on YouTube, you just screwed your cube up. You're gonna have to go back and make it anyway to unlock it so you can get your uh, uh, those things for your cube. But I wouldn't have done it anyway. For me, I'll tell you in my gameplay from the history from Op Zero to where I'm at now, the ships that were most important ones in my game throughout the whole history of the game. Um, let's go to the ships. Manage. Whoops, no, I need to go this way. Let's go ships. Manage. Swap ship. Okay, for me, it all started with I went through ops from the start to ops 26 within 3 weeks. And the main thing was getting this D3. Um, I would say this one was really important to me until I was able to get the Burrell. I rode that Burrell for a long while until the day I was able to get all the blueprints for my D4. Um, on my server, we hadn't did the ascension where you could go into 4G space. Um, this was a coming out party on for me on my server when I got this up to like tier 6 or tier 7, because most of the guys on my server were Fed fanboys, and I figured a crew that crushed the damn Enterprise with it, and it changed the whole dynamic of me in the game as a player of the game. Um, that would I would say that was the very first super important game one for me was this one. And then when we ascended, whoops, why did I do that? When we ascended to uh, saying new on all these because I went to the Mac platform and it made every ship I had, everything I had new. I don't know why it does that, but it does. If you ever have to reload the game, that's going to happen to you too. Uh, so I went from that one to my Katinga, and the key thing about that is they hadn't started selling reputation. You still had to go out there and do the hard work to earn this ship. So we go to Ascension. I think I'm like Ops 38. So all the big spenders on my server, they all immediately went up to G4 space. Uh, many of them went right up to like Ops 45 or 46. But the only problem is none of those dudes had any reputation. So they were still like Ops 46, uh, up in that range and still rocking uh, Enterprise and Jellyfish. So so one of the guys that's the admiral of my deal, he went up and I asked him, well, how much are Katinga blueprints? And so he told me. So I got the calculator out and I figured out that I had enough blue enough Klingon credits to unlock this ship and buy about half of the cloak in the faction store as well. So what I did at that point is that's really the first time ever I really spent in the game was at that point. I think I spent about 500 or 600 bucks, and I went to tier 42, unlocked this ship, and I was a holy hell with this ship for I don't know, a month and a half. And then that's when Scopely screwed all the people who earned their reputation over by started they started selling the rep packs. Well, I don't know if any of you guys remember that was playing. If you're playing back then, the first hour of the store of when they launched it during that arc, they screwed up. They put instead of because all the packs were and still are uh, ops weighted. So the 70 people got more than, or then it was 60. The 60 people got more than the 42. A guy was ops 42. He got more reputation. Well, they screwed up and they released every level in the store. So the guys that were ultra spenders, they could go in and buy the 60, buy both the packs for the 60, buy both the packs for the 59, buy both of the packs for 58, and then so on. So we had guys on my server that had no ships. Now they've got the 42 ship and the 45 ship, I think it was, the rare, and that was the closest I ever came to quitting the game. Was at that point because then the game was to the point where, yeah, you could spend all the money you wanted, but you still had to earn the ship. You still had to get the reputation. You could either, yes, those guys could go in there and buy the blueprints once they went in there. They didn't have, most of them were not like me. They went out and earned their faction credits to get uh, the ship. But that was the closest I ever came to quitting the game because it infuriated me that these lazy assholes got to go up and uh, buy their ships now. And and then they've done all other kinds of stuff, since then. They kind of let the cat out of the bag. Now a guy can uh, but I tell you one thing I do like is if you go in the store right now and come on, I'll go in right now. Come on, open up. Go into the ships and you go into, let's say Klingon. Let's go Klingon. Okay, I got the Rotarian in here. Notice something. There are no ships past the G6 ships past the uncommon one in here. And so that means that these guys got to buy all these packs to get faction credits or use Latinum. You can definitely do that. So if I wanted to go in here and let's go in the faction store. I went in the wrong place. You go into the faction store. I'll just go into Fed. I'll find one where I don't. Damn, I got a bunch of credits, so it's hard for me to. Let's see if I got one that I don't. You know what? I'll use my Klingon credits up here on here because I don't have as many. Okay, so say I wanted to buy, I've got this many, and I wanted to buy it, I could just go over here and click and spend 6 million. And the guys like that, that they're probably going to have like a billion of this sitting over here from tearing up their base and stuff. They just go in here and rake it. So it's actually a little bit easier, for them to do it. Oh, you're never going to get me to say Scopely forcing people to do PvP isn't a good thing. I actually love it when they do. But the only thing that the only thing I don't like about what Scopely does is they do the half-ass uh, uh, PvP where you have to be in a certain system to score. I hate that. It should be balls to the wall anywhere you find one a warship. I do think because when they first started doing it, they didn't have it capped where you could. I do think it's good for them to make it to where um, certain class of ships you have to hit to score. Like I can't, some guy can't send me his Rienta and I can hit it over and over again and score. That's good. It needs to be. It needs to be. I think because otherwise I would just go into some of these defenses and just hit every ship in the thing to score. When I know that if I'm going to want to score in the event, I've got to go head hunting. You know what I'm saying? I can't just go in there and hit some 35 ops 35 ship to score in the event. But I don't like it when they say, oh, you got to go to system X. Because people don't go, they end up not going, and you can't. It's too hard to score. You can go in there and cloak and hope that somebody rolls in there and then go after them, but that's a lot of a lot of weight. It's a lot of waste of cloak juice to do it. But I mean, I liked it when they did the Mirrorverse where there was uh, that first that first part of the arc where it was totally PvP oriented, but then they backed off because all the crybabies and the farmers. I mean, hell, I used to get. I mean, now I'm the second most powerful player on my server, but I wasn't always there. Like I said, when I started in the game, um, the big spenders on my server, they already had Enterprise E. I mean, the first Enterprise at 34, and I'm rocking these what I called research ships, the ones that you uh, these crap ass ships. Until you get all these, until you get to those first faction ships. All these in here, man. And so I'm rocking one of those, and now if I had to do it all over again, and I actually did this for my nephew's account, is the very I would take it a little bit slower and wait to the first event store and get me first one of those first. That's what I did with him. But I had better timing because I didn't even know what an event store was when I was that low of a player. And uh, it worked out that he about the second week of the game, uh, I was able to get in the event store and get him unlock that first jellyfish, and I was able to upgrade that through gameplay and I took it all the way to my first faction ship, which he actually loves. He's like 5 years old, and he loves that ship because it's cloaks. I went and got him D3, and that, I mean, for him, that's all he ever needs to do because he loves hitting hostiles. I never used the North Star. I didn't stay I didn't stay at that level long enough to when in my real game. I didn't stay long enough to need either one of those because, like I said, 2 weeks I already had my D3, and once I went faction ship, any of those gimmick ships I didn't care anything about, and I still really don't care about the many of the gimmick ships. Sometimes they force you to make them so you can engage with loops, but uh, but you can you I can say you can because I did it. Um, I unlocked that jellyfish during one of the event stores. Um, and then like I said, I through gameplay, I did the dailies stuff, did all the stuff, uh, earned a lat, did whatever stuff I needed, put everything into upgrading that ship. And then once I upgraded that ship, I went in and grinded out the reputation I needed for Ops 26 for the first faction ship, and then I unlocked it. I mean, I still had the same focus was on that first faction ship, but I just did it differently. Because like early on, though, some of those what I call the research ships, that I just showed you, most of those I didn't tier up very high. I just had it. I'm talking about my original count, the one this one. Uh, this one here, like I said, I was at Ops 26 in about 2.5 weeks. But I hit hard because I didn't want to rock a Chimera or whatever the hell that thing's called. I That's not why I wanted the game. I wanted the game but the thing that I had to learn early on though, because I went up so fast, was I was still doing research, but it wasn't until I got into a good alliance that I really understood the research of the game. And I was a little bit behind first because uh, the first alliance I went in, it was just maybe like five of us were active. And that didn't really help me. But I think it was when I got, what, what is the battleship at, not the Katinga, the Bortus. So I was so happy when I unlocked that Bortus. Um, I mean, I worked my ass off tearing that thing up, and then when I got it tiered out, I noticed mine was like a lot less powerful than some of the ones I'd seen on the server. And what I found out, you know, this is what I did early on. This is the mistake that I made early on, is when I looked, these are look a lot different than they did back. Uh, I guess we started year two of the game. The game had been this server opened up year two in the game, not a year one server. So when this thing opened up, these looked a little bit different. But I mean, I'm hammering the crap out of this combat because this is because I wanted to be a PvP player from the jump, and so I'm is maxing this as far as my ops levels will let me go, and but I go into the station and I did the stuff that I needed to do to unlock some stuff, but all the mining crap I didn't do any of it, so I didn't ever see uh some of the research that I needed to do, especially in this one. I opened this up and I'm like, more mining crap. I didn't. push it as far as I needed to. So had very little of this research done at all because I just thought it was more garbage, you know. And so I didn't do any of it. So I'm sitting there at whatever ops, guess it's 28. No, it'd be ops 31 or 32. I guess that's when that ship opens up. So I'm sitting there and I have very little done in here at all. And I mean, I just got into an alliance that had territory, so I started doing these, you know, and I started cherry picking them for all the ones that had were combat related, you know, and uh, but I'd done nothing in this. Just maybe I don't know. I don't think I'd done anything. I might have came in here and done some of the early ones to score in events, but I never took it far enough to actually see there was really good research in this one for battleships. So I get there and I find out from one of the higher level players in the game, hey, no, man, you're missing a bunch of research. And I go, no, man, my combat's I'm as high as I can go. And he goes, what about this and this? And I'm like, what? That's all that mining shit? Why do I want to do that? You know? and uh so I went back. I had to go back and catch up. And then once I did, I started seeing the board as get closer to the other what other people had. Um, but the thing is early on, another mistake early on I made was uh back when I'm gonna go to the early instead of going in here where you got all this stuff because for the most part when you're before you're ops 30 or whatever, um, the officers because it's different now than what it was then. But back then, most of the officer requisition that you got was um, officers recruit was through this, and like I probably didn't even get these events, that would like. So you're looking at these three, and primary, it's these officers here, and there's some of these that are not even. Yeah, so I'm sitting here, trying to. I'm wanting to be a Klingon faction, so I'm wanting these guys and uh Gorgon and all these different guys. I'm thinking, man, I get all these, and I was hitting this one hard, trying to get all these officers, thinking, man, I'll put these in my Klingon ships. I'm gonna be badass, and but I found out it doesn't work that way. Like some of the some of the characters I hated the most in the series, like Janeway. There's not a oh, okay, maybe the chick from Discovery, the one that cried all the time. What's her name? Michael Burnham. Those are like the two most hated characters I have in the game and in series. I use Janeway every day, and that's what I thought too. Why the heck do I want to use any of these DS9 characters? I hated that series. Uh, everybody except Jax. So I'm not gonna work, especially those Ferengi. That was the Ferengi arc was really the first arc that I could uh, that I was able to do, and I'm like, so I'm winning this stuff, and I'm like, man, I don't want none of these officers. I don't want none of these Ferengis. I mean, hell, if I was a because to me the Ferengis were kind of like the roach uh, race of Star Trek. But the thing was that you just couldn't do that. You kind of had to throw your. That was the thing I had to learn. You had to throw away what you think about the character in the series or whatever, and you have to use the one they designed to help you in the game. Like, like early on, you're Pike Moreau Chin, and then after that, then you got the Strange New Worlds, and then you got your Voyager, and then you got the second Strange New World crew, and so on. It's a dynamic game. You have to look at the officers, but I'm telling you right now, I don't see. I'm gonna have to wait for Arc launch and look at these new this Scotty and whatever Christy Alley's character's name was in this in the series. I can't think of it, Cervic or whatever. Uh, from what I saw in the VIP or private Discord, the little magazine that they put out that was where they're hyping the new arc, didn't really tell you more than what the content creators have told you already. But uh, they don't look like good officers. Um, I mean, I'm not saying that Carol Marcus is a great officer. Um, out of the officers that we just got from the last arc, let's go over those guys real quick. Okay, so we got. Let's see, where's she at? We got McCoy. Let's start with McCoy. Let me find him. I think mine's. Is this? I got it. Yeah, I got it on level. He should be down here low. Here we go. Here he is. He's okay. As you can see, I only got mine tier 2 and I did it through gameplay. I didn't spend $0 on Dr. McCoy here. He's a good officer, but one thing he does on this one is I think it's in wave defense. Yeah. You could use him as put him on the bridge on one of your wave defenses if that's an issue. Um, but that's a real niche. Even though wave defense is kind of a decent mechanic in the game, but I don't really have an issue needing a bridge officer in wave defense. So that's why he's tier 2. I mean, but some people who you don't have a lot of good officers, he might be worth buying some packs for you, man. But I already have. I'm good with it. Carol Marcus, also another niche player. Her main ability right here is you're going to use her in augment space on your loot crew because of this. Um, her hold in this one here is okay, just because of this part right here. But then again, uh, you could, like I said, she would probably be good in one of your below deck and one of your wave defense. I don't know. She makes my if she's not on the bridge getting loot in the augment space. I don't know that I use her in my. She's not in my meta PvP crew. She might be in the second one if I had to. There was a reason for me to have 2 ships to grind. I would definitely put her on the second one, but not a must-have. Unless except for this. This is the only reason I engaged in the arc to unlock her, and I'm pretty close to tier 4. You see, I need 9 shards to get her to tier 4, and part of this is because I wanted the loot boost, but more of it was just the timing of the officer and me upgrading my ships. This is the reason why I won the I won her twice, and I think I came in third in the other one. But it wasn't primarily for her. It's just that it came to a point in the game where I think I finished out my station on the first arc. I mean, the first week, and then the second week it was uh that's when I came in third, and then they offered her again during the week or something like that, and I got first on that one. And uh, it might have been in the no, they had Kazi in the uh regional one. I don't know, but they offered her three times, and I won her twice and came in third the second time, and one of the times, and that's why I've got her almost at four. Now, would I go into the store and buy that loot if she was available? Because she's not. Would I go in there and buy the loot to take her to four? I don't think so. I think I wait till the next event store that she's in there, and she'll be something I'll look to tear up then. But uh, it's too niche. If she worked on all hostels, now we're talking something different. I could put her, I could put her, Rachel Garrett, and E. Picard on a ship, and that's what I use in Augment anyway. But if I could do that in all my deals, damn, you know. But it's too niche. And and then we'll go into the faction store because that'd be an easier way to access them. This guy. Okay, right. Well, I thought I hit on it. See it when I tear him out, I'm gonna have 500% isolytic defense. And what that does for me is I had Pella below deck. I took Pella out and put Pella here. I think it is. Well, I still got PVE crew in there, but I took her out and put her in my uh, little Kretschna. So now I've got that type of officers in Jochum, who's better than both the Cat Doctor and Pella in here. I got the Cat Doctor here, and I've got Pella right there. So that gives me another option for isolytic defense in one of my ships. And the thing is, he works both ways too. He works for both hostiles and players. I think they limit to him against stations, but uh, he's the most valuable officer, and he's the easiest one to source. You just have to work for it. But from what I've seen from the description of both uh, the new the Scotty and Solvik or whatever her name is for that Christy Alley's character in the movie, um, they don't look like must have officers. But I'll because they were kind of vague on the description, like they always are. But Tuesday I'm gonna be streaming most of the day, and we'll go through when they probably come on during the morning sometime that Tuesday morning, and we'll run until I finish everything I want to do, and that might be 6 o'clock in the afternoon, but it might be 3 in the morning too. So uh, look for a very long stream on on Tuesday, and it'll be fun too because unless they unless they call off the war with these other alliances that we're at war with, that means I got a bunch of targets. Well, I mean, for lower players it might be, but for me, I won't. I'm not going to buy it. The Junker ship is probably going to be the last gimmick ship I ever buy the unlock for. And like I was saying that the reason why, because I kind of was off after the Vindicator came out, and I saw it was just such a piece of crap of ship, the one that I don't will never use. Um, I did it for the refinery, and then I found the refinery wasn't that great, and the way that you source the refinery, I don't like either. But anyway, but so after that, I decided, well, I'm not ever buying another one of these gimmick ships, and then um, DJ's hyped how good this refinery was going to be for it, and so I went ahead and did the unlock, and then I found it was kind of more like the Gorn uh, refinery. See, we need more. We need more. This is not a refinery. This is a factory store. I know there's apples and oranges, but we need more of this stuff in these refineries where we can sit there and use the loot to use on the officer that we want. I mean, this is okay with the way this is going with these boxes. Like, at least they have all the PvP officers pretty much in this one uncommon right here. Because when I finish Jocko them out, and there's a few researches in the new shuttle bay, or way team. There's a few researches in here that use that same loot as it does for him. This Apex Shred right here uses the same emblems that you use to upgrade Jockahome or whatever you say that dude's name, but uh, it uses the same stuff. Once I get this, and there's one over here, this con thing, and this is one you definitely want to do, is this one, because it gives you these free gifts are really good. I want to be able to finish that out, and I think it also this one for the away missions that gives you a priority assignment to spawn as uh, you want to probably do that. But once I get done with that, it's all going to be about getting uncommon loot. There are now in the rare and epic, there are a few officers in there I would like to have, but I think I'll earn them as I'm trying to do the others. So they won't be the focus. They'll just be happy byproducts of me grinding in those systems. Um, like let's go in here. Like you go into the rare. There's a bunch of Strange New World, which I wouldn't mind tearing some of these guys out, like Sam and James and Sam here, and you see most of them I already have. But Bingo's a pretty good one for the Gorn. I was telling somebody the other day about it, and he immediately tried it and said, "Dang, that was better, way better than the crew that he was using." And but he's kind of a niche officer again. You see most of these I have tiered up all the way. And so I wouldn't mind getting some 7 and 9 because I'm almost done with her. You can see I'm on my last 57 shards with her, and I wouldn't mind any like finishing her out would be great. But this is not a wouldn't be a must because you can source these Strange New World officers in a bunch of different ways in the game. But here you get your E Picard officers, and your Enterprise officers, and your Galaxy Quest officers are all in here. Um, there's a better way to this. You can pull Gwen in here, but getting these tokens. Let's see if I have any. No, I didn't have any left. I thought I pulled them all. But I'll be done with her in 2 months by just pulling these tokens from the stuff I'm already earning in here. Because last arc, I think I had 60 DeMarco shards, and now you can see how many I already have just from this past arc and making pulls in this refinery. And I haven't really been doing it that long because it took me over a week to get to the superior level. And once I did, that's when it unlocked these things that you can do with it. And I ended up been pulling pretty hard for DeMarco. Both of these officers aren't bad officers here. Um, but Hugh, there's other places to get Hugh. He'd probably be. I mean, as far as importance of offer, he's very important. But as far as sourcing in the game, um, these two are a lot more rare. After what I'll probably do after I get through the DeMarco, I'll focus straight on him because he's a rare. I can tear him up faster. I'll go DeMarco, Sutter, and then to him. But this is going to be quick. This is going to be slower because they're less important to me in my game. But the epic, to me, the two most important ones are the epic. I mean, it's the number one, the uncommon. That one does the most. That does the most good for me. Then the epic, rare, and then these are. I'm pulling these just for this loot so I can get DeMarco shards. And there's hues in here too. So you would get hue in here as well. There's another source of hue I didn't know was there. Because mostly the pulls I've been getting. I've been mostly getting these. I guess in Pike's crew of the original game. I'm mostly getting those guys, and some of these I'm getting patterns because I already got them done. But uh, I've been pulling mostly these common uh, dudes here. Her, him. You know, that's mostly what I'm doing. I don't think I've pulled a hue in here yet because I would have noticed it then. But mostly I'm getting either her, him, and patterns. Let's see when it goes up. Okay, so I've got pulls at 6 hours, 4 hours, 2 days, and all these all pretty much have the same cooldown. You can do a daily pull on these. It's just storing up the loot because right now I don't have enough to do full pulls in here. Not well, yes I do. I got a full pull when I do this now. I didn't think I did. How about the rare? Yep. So I'm gonna get a full pull in on all these. I think I don't have enough common, but I will when I make that pull. Let's see how much loot. Ooh, I need to go up here and get some raise that number so I can do that. How does how does okay. I level up the Moss Bay to master the level into how does the what oversize work? What are you asking? At least a divorce uses later in the game. No, man. No, once you get unlock the free once you unlock the free booter stuff, um, you won't ever use it again. And there's no reason to. There's no reason to mine it because you can go into the X Borg. I thought so, you must not have been when I made this pool earlier, but I can go in here and do this every day, and that refinery shit anyway. But you could go in here every day and make this pool. You won't need to because you'll stop. You can probably do this like twice a week and keep that refinery full if that's important to you. But mining lats one of the least important things that ever was in my game. I don't ever think the only time that I did it is when the whip came out and I bought the whip because they were doing a bunch of events that had to have you had to score like with it. But other than that, I never mind. I never mind lat. I went in there on Mondays and hunt OPC guys. And then when I got like in my 40s, I don't think I ever I might have done it for the hell of it, but but yeah, you're focusing on the wrong stuff. I mean, unless you want to be a farmer in the game, then yeah, go for that, man. But I mean, there are other games it's like Farmsville or something for you, bro. Or whatever. What is that game they advertise all over the place where you uh, feed the chickens, get the eggs, and sell them, and town something town. I can't think what it is, but they pound you with that advertisement for that game. Maybe let me see if I can find it on here. Uh, Township. Here it is. For me, the game is this. It's all about these ships, not the NX-01. It's this. I mean, if that's what you're looking for, you probably need to listen to DJs or Rev. They're more farmers than I am. You're not gonna get very many hints for something I never did because that would be stupid for me to do it. I I can tell you that now if you went on talk to the guys on my server and asked them about me mining lat, they would laugh at you because that's what I did. I never mined. I went out and uh, got my warship and went into those systems, and every one of those players that were OPC, I went and got it. That was my game. That's how I mined Latinum. I took it. Okay, Naz, you can tell him. Do you think I ever mined Latinum in this game? Here's Naz is on my server. I did when the whip came out because they had all those events, but that's about the only time ever because those events paid off really well, and it was enough for me to actually buy it, to buy that. Yeah, yeah, I was telling them about back in the days when they used to run that data mine, that data uh, event where you had to mine that data to score in the old Apex event before they did it, turned it into a weekly event and took the mining part out of it. Yeah, I used to have my own personal event that I would call uh, uh, Katie needs a new pair of shoes because I would use that latinum. I mean, use that data to go in there and get just for that refinery where you pull charge for those officers. It's not in there anymore now that they upgraded the thing, uh, but there used to be in that augment thing. There used to be a deal where you could pull those augment officers, those common ones, and I would use that. I'd use that data to convert into. Yeah, the Botany Bay does the mining. I used to go in there and crush those using my warships and take their data from them. So I never. I mean, there were, like I said, I don't remember. It's been a because I my nephew's too little to really do the missions, so I haven't been doing them either. Um, back when we played, they had when you were an early player, you had to engage with that a little bit to clear some of the missions that were inside the game or what. I don't know if it was in here or did they have certain missions because you were a low player. I don't remember, but I did it long enough to make it, and I took it up to like tier 5, tier 6, or whatever, just because the game made me do it. Because I saw zero use for that ship after that, and that's like I'm saying, like the new ship that they're talking about. If all of it does is uh, give you reputation boost, I'm done with that. So there's really no reason for me to buy it. And to me, if I'll be completely honest with you guys, all it does is take a little bit of work. I would save the $100 and just pull it for gameplay and just pull it that way and then unlock it then. Uh, because odds are the guys that need it aren't going to be able to hit up high enough that they're going to be, what I'm saying. It's just I don't see that as being a good enough reason to unlock it because uh, number one, if you're going to engage with this faction, you're going to be doing a lot of grinding in whatever rarity that you need, and you're going to be earning reputation points anyway. And so you're going to be, what I'm saying, you're already earning it. You're already getting them in these pools, and I think that I'm not gonna buy the ship and I'm gonna look at it because they're not telling you everything because they never do. There may be a secondary use for the ship. If there's a secondary use of the ship that's worth unlocking, I will tell you. In my opinion, now other people have their own, but a ship that you're gonna spend $100 on for rep gain in a system by the time that you would, uh, especially if you're not buying it, the time you would do it, you would be to a point where you don't need it. I mean, it's going to be one of those deals. If you're going to get it, you need to buy it day one. If you're not, if you can't, then I don't think you're. It's sort of like a deal where I'm trying to think of. I can think of a thing in my field of work that I could use for an example, but it wouldn't make any sense to the people, to you. Um, it's one of those things. By the time you would earn the ship, you're going to be at a certain level already, and you've done so much in the loop that it's not going to help you enough for for the. So it's going to be one of these things that I'll unlock through gameplay and probably stick in the hangar and never use it again. Um, Now the these two latest ships that I unlocked through gameplay, the Relativity. I mean, no, excuse me, the uh, Revenant. Um, I'm already at tier 14. I got one, two, three, four more up, and I did it through straight gameplay. I won't lie to you. I did go in well, I did go in the store and I did buy this pack twice, but I didn't buy it for this. I bought it um, during Alliance of tournaments. They had the ship packs where you bought the first one for 100 and the next one for $79. And well, I picked one of the tasks for the multiphasic credits for 17,000 of those. And unfortunately, even though it gives you the $79 gave you the same stuff in the pack, it didn't give you the multiphasic credits. So what I ended up doing was I bought one of the $79 packs, and then I came in here and bought one of these to get me the rest of the multiphasic credits that I needed to unlock it. It was just out of all the crap that was in here, it was the one I could use the most. And they recently put this one in here. I probably would have used this one instead if but I spent $100 on the ship, basically two of these packs, and I've already got it almost done. Uh, this one here, where's it at? No, it's not. It's got to be right in here somewhere. I know it's not higher than. I got too many ships. I can't wait till we try and scrap some of these. Okay, so this one I've got tier 2. I lack 3 more upgrades to take it to tier 3. I've had it for maybe 10 days. So these ships aren't really hard to upgrade. And what's crazy about it is I can already take this up by doing all the research for the warp on it. I can already take it up into the 70 space and do those formations with the guys that bought their ones day one. And I mean, I usually die on it, but I get the loot, and it does help them because I'm using the charge thing on it. You know, basically my little ship's taking all the damage from it. Using it as a meat magnet, and but you still got all the loot. So that's good. But yeah, I wouldn't. I think the day of me automatically spending $100 on unlocking the specialty ship is over. And the one that really ended that for me was this ship. Just because they promised ever all the 5G players that they would put packs in it to where they could make it where the ship was useful to us if we bought the unlocked the ship and bought the day one pack, and that was not the case. That after that, I'm out on any on buying any of the ship. I did get, like I said, I did get talked into it because how awesome that DJ said that the refinery on the Junker ship was going to be, which what to me wasn't the case. I got sucked in there, so I ended up spending $100 for the unlock, and then it was said that you had to take it up to tier 6 to unlock all the G6 and Sigma. So I did that from the jump. I ended up spending like $300. That's damn. I wish I had that $300 back, because even with that, we go down in here to with this ship. Okay, this is. I'm gonna use the word okay, but look at all this stuff the stuff I don't need. What they should have done is just ops weighted it, like maybe the ops 60 to 63 or something like that. They could still get 5G uh, parts up and then give us more. But somebody that's ops 64 above, they don't need these. These are just piling up uh, inside their whatever the cargo. I don't know what they're they're just piling these useless stuff to you, because now the only caveat would be is had they put G5 scrapping uh, with this, then this makes this more valuable, because then you can use this to build ships you can scrap. But right now, that's not a reality. You're just taking up spots in your hangar with ships you can't use. So that is that. And we've been told. I was told when back in the private server when they had the CEO from Scopely. It was my question. It was the question that I asked him that I put in writing, and they picked my question to ask him. Uh, I was saying that most of us are drowning with ships we can't use anymore. That we really need to be able to scrap the 5G ships and some of the gimmick ships that are no longer uh, usable for us, and also ships like the Nova. I don't need Novas anymore. Or what is the other one? Uh, there's another mining ship that they. I mean, yeah, the Silky would probably be in there for me now. I need to be able to scrap this ship. I might keep two of my Selkies, but I need it to get for the parts for that ship and the other two I have. But what he told me last July 2024, that yes, they were looking into all that stuff, and G5 scrapping was coming soon. And we also we then again somebody asked him in November, uh, you promised us in July that was coming soon. He said yes, it's still in development in December. And then when they did the roadmap thing in, I think it was February, they also mentioned it was coming this year. So until that does, it's see what they're doing is they're waiting to make it to where the resources you get from the ship are not really usable for the people that now for you newer for you lower guys that hadn't got there yet. That's going to be a great resource that we didn't have. Um, but man, I could really use it. I got like 30 ships I would scrap right now if they were available for me to scrap. Because I could go in there. Let me go ahead and make this upgrade. I haven't looked at this ship in a long while, so I do have. Oh, I got a chance to tear it up. Yay! No, I don't need that. Let's go tear it up. I got tons of speed ups. That'd be stupid to use it that way. Uh, Go ahead. Yeah, this is how I would use lat. I mean, it's not. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I think it gives you extra bonuses in this. In the Let's go into that store now, and we can see what we're talking about. I can probably make pulls now. Okay. So it looks like the where it's set up, every other day or every 3 days I can make a upgrade. You get some of this stuff for this. That I don't need anymore. This is always in handy. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. I don't know. I'm not going to have enough to make an upgrade on the ship. But this is to me, this is the best part of this refinery is this part. Because you get, especially some of you guys that are trying to source some of these officers, these commanders, you got all but cons in here. And you can slow roll these guys. Let's see it usually tells you who I drew. I didn't do it this time. But, and again, here's you can use this stuff right here. Uh, let's go here and go in this. Even though you got a chance to make these officers, I'm gonna do it now because I got a little bit of the loot I can waste a pull. I usually don't use it because I never get good draws. Now that one's not bad, but most of the time I've always gotten this dude or one that I don't officer that I'll never use. But Julian's a hard one to source, so that was not a bad pull there. But yeah, I don't have any. There's absolutely no use for me for this ship. And it's not. You can see it's not very powerful. It's not even, I got it to mine's tier 10. Was it tier 10 I was at? No? Let's see. What's wrong one? No, tier 9. I got it tier 9 and it's not even, it's not. I wonder if I've never even tried. I mean, I did it a couple of times on uh, Dominion ones, and it works. It works pretty good for that. But I've got ships I can solo it, so I don't. The use for it. I used it during the arc just to get the bonus points, but in real life gameplay, it's not a good ship. I'm now I can maybe see to the point if you're not like me and you don't get multiple faction ships that you could use it for your one of your ships in your solo armadas, but I still think you would be better off using another faction ship than or even your cube than using it. But yeah, this is the one. This is the ship that says. And what's so funny about it is they keep doing events. They do event. They just did one last week where they want you to sell the parts to was this it was the last time this last time it was uh I think it was the Gorn ship and one of the newer ships that they wanted you to sell the parts of that to get latinum and points for the event. And I'm like, are you freaking high? Uh, there's no harder ship in the game to uh, tear up than that eviscerator. And I did write them. I said, hey man, why don't you all do an event for stuff that we need to get rid of, like transporter patterns or even that invasion loot, because they're not going to make good on their promise to shorten the cooldown of that scrap redeem. So hell, I've got like 21 billion of that stuff that I would easily trade for almost anything to get rid of. This damn ship here. I mean, it is really, and the thing about it, if you want to do the research for them, you use the same stuff. You use the same stuff that you use to tear it up to do research. So you can't really do both unless you want to go and spend money. Yeah, and they just keep adding these gimmick ships, and they don't give you a way to get rid of them or get rid of some of the obsolete ships. Like every one of these, every one of these ships that's here are all obsolete now because these loops are completely closed for the most part. You can still do Borg solo armadas and use the armada loop in there, but uh, you no longer need to do the Talios stuff to get the loot for the. You're getting all these directives every day, you know, and that's how I finished the Queen was in here. through this loop. That's why the loop, to me, when this launched, the most valuable one was this one, to get this one done. And I did it like the first. I bought loot and finished it in the first day. This one I earned during the event. Didn't take me very long, and I did the Voyager later just because I was getting because you get little pulls these independent archive credits every day, and you can either use it for to upgrade this deal, or you can use there's a place in the whoops wrong there's a place in the recruit tab here where you can see I've already pulled mine, the same stuff, the independent archive. You can pull these, and there are good officers in here. So there isn't really no way I would ever finish those over there. But Naz, did he tell you about uh, the shield bug? I don't know if it's just incursions, but there is a shield bug, and I had one of my viewers is a guy that I'm not going to mention his name because I don't know if he'd want me to, but he heard about what happened to me during incursions that um, I played like the first 2 hours. I'm gonna repeat some of you guys have already heard this, but I'm gonna repeat it for some of the newer people in this because I want everybody to know about this bug. Uh, I mean, it's bad enough we got people that are lazy and don't shield, but when there's a bug in the game that uh, screws up your shield, everybody needs to know about it. Uh, so what happened to me, and I played the first 2 hours. We had lost the incursion in the first 2 hours. There were just too many people on our server who didn't move and didn't shield. We were like, I don't know. I think we are like already a quadrillion to like 50 billion or something like that. It was insane. I never seen a more lump-sided score ever. And so uh, I got frustrated and I needed to sleep for work anyway. I shouldn't have been up, but uh, I thought I would get on, go on the other server, crack a bunch of bases for guys to raid like I've been doing. And but right out of the gate, I'm getting right out of the gate, I'm getting DMs. So and so's getting raided. Going over there and I'm sitting there stopping the raids, and then somebody alerted me on how bad the score was, and I mean I got furious, and I said screw this, I'm going to sleep, and so I go over here. I'd already been using like these 4-hour shields all through the incursion, enough to shield and break the shield and go back and forth. That is a key element of this. What I'm going to tell you, because this is what an IT guy, and it from what the community manager at Scopely told me when my shield failed. Uh, it makes sense from what this IT guy who codes, who told me. He so I go uh I go and shield. I said screw this, I'm gonna go to sleep. And so I go over here, I pop a 12-hour shield. Boom. I go to sleep. My alarm goes off. My iPad's still on. And I notice I see it flashing red everywhere, And I go, what the hell, And uh, I get on a shield real quick, and I noticed that my shield had failed, And I'm like, what the hell? I know that I put a shield on because I was debating 12 or 24 because I knew that I was going to be very busy at work. And what if I got to, yeah, I'd be lucky if I got to do very much the rest of the night. Any play that I would have would be the next morning, before I went to sleep again. And so I go in there and, I break it up and I go, man, I know that I shielded. So I immediately went on Discord and contacted one of the community managers, and the community manager told me it was a problem that many servers were having, but I was the first one that reported it on ours. And then they looked back and they said, "Oh yeah, about 2 hours and 45 minutes into your 12-hour shield, it dropped, and we don't see you anything on your end." They told me to go back and look at my deal and wanted to screenshot at first. And I said, "Well, man, there's more than 300 people hit me. I don't have a screenshot to show when exactly it failed. I don't have any clue." But they didn't get all my resources. They got about 600 trillion of my resources, but you can see they never touched my Sigma. I wouldn't have this if they would have. But I mean, for it didn't help the situation because we were already in an incredibly unwinnable place already. It just so I told the guys, and I don't think some of them believed me, but then later on, the guy that's an admiral of our, he's also a 70 player. He did almost the exact same thing. Is he uh, put his shield? He'd been, like I said, he'd been using the 4-hour shields too to shield him temporarily between engagements, just like I did. And uh, so I'm getting to why that's important uh, in a second from what this guy was telling me. Uh, so does the same thing, but something wakes him up, and I think he goes to the bathroom or something, and then he decides to check the game, and he sees that his base is getting hit left and right, and he shields. They never get into his base, but they were close, and he's like, "What the hell? I know that I shielded." And so from the guy that, like I said, that's worked for game companies before, because this is what he told me who we worked for. He understands about the way this client like the client server situation works. And what he said from what I described uh, on how my shield went down, that what happened was that the client and the server weren't talking to each other. That when I shielded, it remembered the last shield that I put up, which it was a 4-hour shield and not the 12-hour shield that I selected. And what he suggested to do going forward is, like when I did this shield right here, say I'm getting off, I go in, I'm just gonna clear the localization. I'm not gonna log off and log back on. But to uh, like if you're on the iPad or phone, just close the app. Close the app just so you can see on here. Close the app. And then go back and look and see where your shield is. What he said, what would have probably happened, either it would have updated the server when I relogged on to the 12, or when I would have got up here, it would have showed 4, wherever I was into my last 4-hour shield. And he said then you would go in and select the shield again, and it would fix it if that was the case, or just logging back on would have updated the server to show the current shield that I have. But the thing is when I went when I picked my shield, I just put my iPad to the side. I never got off the game. You know what I'm saying? So it never updated. It never updated the server to what. Uh, so that's something I'm going to suggest to everybody that's listening or whatever. Um, Going forward, when you get ready to go off, go ahead and restart your app. Make sure that you're doing. Now, somebody else that suggested I was talking to is just go in and do something else. Go over here and do uh, I'll go over here and just pick a speed up. They were saying that would possibly update the server. But this guy that knows what from what he was telling me, the way he explained it to me, it sounded like he knew what he's talking about. And it totally makes sense to what happened to me and what happened to my friend Wildcard. That uh, because we used a ton. Used a ton of 4-hour shields before I actually logged off, and it makes total sense now. The other parts didn't. You know why would it not? Why would it wait? And it drove me freaking crazy for a day. But then I talked to that guy and he was telling me that that's the way that the client server thing, that the way this game is set up. That's why sometimes that uh, some of the lag that we have in the game is due to that platform that we're on. That's what he also said. But he loves the game too, and even though he thinks it's stupid the way they got it set up, uh, he still plays. But yeah, but the bad thing about it, a lot of these guys on this server think I'm stupid and forget to shield and during incursions, which I can tell you that has never happened. But the good news of it that while I lost, I won't miss because it's resources I can't spend anyway. But I am sorry that it hurt the server, but it wasn't my fault. And believe it or not, as much as I've ever done into this server during an incursion, even if I would have fell asleep while playing the game and got raided and they were pissed off about it, well, screw them. You know, even if that was true. Because there have been times where during incursions when my work schedule was different, that I've stayed on here for 24 hours straight. And it was either raiding or stopping people getting raided for 24 freaking hours. And and I've done that multiple times. I haven't done it recently because I've had some health problems and my work schedule's changed a little bit since then. But I really need them to stop putting incursions on Fridays. I need it need it on our server needs to be back on a Saturday or Sunday because I'm off some Saturdays, and I would definitely if we're ever off, if it's ever on a Saturday, then I'm off the night before. If I like Friday, I work, and then Saturday morning I get off. Um, what I can do is take a nap And I'll definitely try to do a 24-hour stream. Definitely. All right, so I got the wave defense going. I'm trying to think what else I need. I need to look through these and see what other stuff. Like I said, I haven't really done much in what's going on there. Oh, I got some mats I can pull. I usually only do the middle pulls just because of the cost differential. Getting one chest and what's actually in there is not worth spending that much mats for. Look how much that. That's what I'm saying, that mining in 6G space is almost not worth it. But every little bit helps. And this is a little bit. Oh, good. I got a chance to do another pull here, so I might be able to tear that ship up another tier. Trying to think what I need to. Let's go look at my miner real quick. I see what mats I need to help that one. I think it's crystal. No, I'm still short parts. I'm gonna do crystal anyway. I'll do crystal and ore. Well, I got enough for do all three of them. Let's see if I got the other one. I think I did that this morning. Yeah. How many hours? No, I guess I didn't do it this morning. I guess it was yesterday. I don't know. Everything was a big blur. That I done already. That I done. I do need to do a max fortification on something. I think I'll do some Crenum solo armadas and do that. Okay, I was gonna do captain. I was gonna do. Okay, this is how you do the game. You turn these in. You get. And I go. I don't know if I got this. I might have to do. I'm to the point with Kirk. I don't think this will give me an upgrade. I'll have to wait till the next. Oh, I got one more pull. Oh, did Spock by accident. Okay, let's go into here. Ways away. I think I did Spock by accident. I was doing it for the event to score something in the event anyway, so it didn't really matter. So you can see I engaged with Spock very little just because what now if you're a mining guy or do all this stuff, he might be one that you would be more. He has He's more PVE related officer. He also, you can see all the mining stuff that's in here. Uh, this is pretty decent for regular resource, but it doesn't do Sigma. Because if it never says Sigma, it doesn't. It's just for regular. So that's one that I don't even need to engage with anymore. Uh, that's maxed out. You can see the stuff that I thought was worth something are maxed out pretty much. Uh, what is this? But he's got to be on duty. You want to see you want to do the ones for like one I'm not going to ever use, always on. This is a good one. I'm going to go ahead and use it for here. Okay. Since he's not going to be an officer that I'm going to use in one of the shares, I had him in there originally because I had all three of the slots. But as they added officers, he got booted. Now the only thing I would different if you're doing Q's trials, you definitely need Janeway up here, and to maybe take I wouldn't the guys I wouldn't take out if you're a limited slot. Lorca's, like I said, best of these in the game in the game. If you're a PvP guy like me, like Khan's going to be really important. Then it's going to be Sloan, and then it since I'm an interceptor guy, I'm always going to have Lakotis on one of these Lacruis or however you say his name, Borg Picard. I'm always going to have him in one of these slots. 719's got some good stuff in there. I actually got some for her. I didn't know I did. Okay, we'll see. Let's look at this. Boom. That was easy enough. But I'm always going to have her in one of these slots. She also has back when I needed it, she had a good efficiency, and this actually goes into the one I have now. Cost efficiency for. What is this? Increases max cargo for Romulan ship always on. So you could even use this one when she's not in the slot. All right. But these are the commanders I have in the slot. But these are, to me, if you only had 3 slots, this is how I'd run it. But it would hurt you not having Kirk for a couple reasons. Kirk's going to be in one of my chairs, even though, let's see, I've got some Kirk stuff I can pull maybe. Because of a few things. This max impulse speed is really good. See, I need to do, that's the one I was waiting on doing. I knew there was one on here. And he also has a warp range. And you see, I got that one max boost. And there are various other stuff in here, but these are good too. Well, I don't think I got that one selected. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, incursions was pretty brutal for to a bunch of people. There might be people taking the day off. All right, let me get these ships off the Put my shit back on. But what I do now with the eviscerator is I use my uh, discovery, and I'll put that into a better spot. But the biggest thing, whether it's you're listening to me or any of the content creators, examine your game and the way you want to play it, and see if the advice or whatever anyone gives you jives in the way that you want to play. Now, if your whole thing is community or whatever, and you just want to go on here and do Stella Armadas all day or whatever, then more power to you. But I don't see if there's some things that they want you to do, or I don't see value to it in the game to, and that's one of them. I never thought that was very valuable until, and that may all change if they did that stuff for the augment. I'm really hoping that for a lot of those people who invested a lot of their time in it, for them at least, I hope they come in and revamp the outlaw one next to stuff that's relevant to the game. And they kind of did that with the Rev. The Rev is kind of like the Stella 2.0, but they took some of the stupid parts of that loop and didn't include it, like the scrapping part where you got to start completely from jump to. That's one thing good about the Rev ship is after you scrap it, you put that skin on there, and it drops resources enough for you to uh, take it right where you left off with it. So you're not going from square one. But anyway, I'm trying to think what I want to do. The thing is, there's about 5 things I want to do in here, and trying to figure out which one's more important. I mean, I need loot for the DTI. I need to mine some. When I say mine, I need to go into the aquatics and hit those battleships for the rare tokens because I'm out of those. And I need to do some Crinum. Also need to go in mirror space to for the event. And then there's always faction hunt. Uh, to me, I mean, some guys was telling we're on my server was I'm not on my alliance on this server. We're saying that it wasn't worth doing anymore, but that's not really true. Uh, you, for me, oh, it's not even showing. Why is it doing that? Okay, I'm gonna redo the so because you can't see the resources. I'm gonna redo the relocation again. I mean, there are ultra recruit tokens in those SMSs. even if it didn't have faction credits, which you also get, to me those ultra recruit tokens are worth engaging the mechanic for. Because the other day I got a lucky on who was it? But I got a lucky 120 shards on one of those. So yeah, so they are worth doing. Unlike somebody on my server in my alliance on my server said. And I know this guy doesn't have all of his officers in that ultra recruit group completely. Now, if you somehow had all those officers in there were completely tiered out, yeah, probably not worth messing with. That's not the case for me. I think I'm gonna go do some augment stuff. And right now, because I'm trying to finish Jockholm out, I'm going for power. I'm going for power. And then I need to come back after I do that run, come back and do, I'll switch to the Rev ship and we'll go into the 50 system and try to get as many of those uncommon credits as possible. Or the loot to unlock the uncommon credits. And then I'll show you my loot crew for that. I need to get my drink. I'm thirsty. Can't believe I've talked all this long and didn't get something to drink yet. Usually tells me how long I've been on. Oh, I'm on this. I'm not on my screen. Okay, here we am. Okay, I've been up for almost 5 hours. Oh my God. But I do like when I can answer questions when people ask. And if I don't see yours, I just didn't. I'm engaged with the game and don't see it. So feel free to ask questions, guys. I'm like I said, some of the stuff like the more farmy stuff, I'm probably not the guy to ask because that's something I don't do or to me the PVE stuff that I do is focused on what I can do to help my PvP. And there's really there's really no way if somebody says they're totally PvP focused. Now this is a game where you can't be that way. You can be PvP focused, but if you're not doing the events, scoring the events, getting the mats, getting the things that you need, then uh, you're missing out part of the game. But then when if you're a guy that just totally focuses on that and you're building these ships for no reason, um, then that's a whole nother ball of wax. because there are other games in out there that you can go and build your best little castle or farm or whatever, you know. I mean, that's an element of this game, but I think it's the least important one. But you can't completely ignore it either. Otherwise, this game would cost you way too much money to play. I mean, to be relevant. Now you could be one of these guys that's on my server that's played, from almost the jump, and he still ops 40 something. You could be one of those guys. I mean, with our server age, even 74 was older than we were, about 6 months, maybe two. Someone I've heard 6 months. I've heard three. They were an older server than us, and you combine 74 and 75. Uh, most of the most of the players, if they're not right knocking on the door of fit 60 right now, they're not a serious player. And there are people on my server that are guys that are totally engaged, and they've got up to right up into G6 space. They're like at 61 or 62. Maybe they bought like battle pass here and there or whatever, but they engage in the game and do the stuff in it. They're like ops 61, 62 now. But I'm saying if you're not knocking on the door of 60, then uh, you're probably playing the wrong game. That's this server, and I don't know about where server you're coming from or what. You can kind of gauge it, what the median person on this server that's active, doing the events, the dailies, you know, occasionally spending some money, like even if it's just the battle pass and the treasury now and then. That guy should be on this server should be knocking on 60 if he's not already there. Like if I was running an alliance, I would have no interest in any player that was under 60 in joining the alliance. And then we've got one guy that's in our that somehow somebody let in that was it's obviously somebody's alt account that's like a 28, and I'm like, what the hell, dude? And then if they were 28 before the extension, then no problem. But if you get on this, you somehow, because they don't tend to add new players to servers this low, as far as random, the random draw or whatever it is when you sign up. Usually they're going to always go to the newer servers. They had to use one of those novice things to actually move here. And then if they did that, that means they're not a really smart player. Now, when I was like ops 50, if I would have got a chance to go to like the server 10 or whatever, I would have. I mean, I would do that now if there was a way I could buy a server transfer. I would get off of this server. go to one that's more aggressive type of. I mean, I was hearing that that the one the guys that we were just on with, we had incursions with 91 server 91 that we did. uh it looked like the power is a little bit lump sided on that server. It looked like, obviously it's a lot younger server than this one, but the fact there were that many 70 players, and then we had one 70 player that had completely tiered out 70 ships and a completely tiered out cube. That means he spent a lot of money in the game. I mean, a lot of money in the game. Uh, I'm not going to lie to you and say I haven't spent money in the game, but I haven't spent as much as most of you think. Like, if I was the kind of spender that you guys, some of you probably think I am, I wouldn't have no qualms about buying a useless ship just to have it. And all my little gimmick ships would be completely tiered out, because so I could be be the biggest cat on the block. The only gimmick ship that I ever went out on was the Talios, because I saw the potential of how good that ship could be. Because my focus has always been on these ships. You know, wherever level I'm on. Now, I was not a fan of the cube. Um, that was another one that the content creators oversold us on, because the cube didn't really get good till tier 13. Now I used it for the longest time, still do, as the ship that I grind gailies with, because it's cheaper to repair. But early on, it was not a really good. It was not a real good one to have. Is it Talios and Vidar? Yes, especially the Talios. The Talios has incredible warp range. Um, for a low player who can get it, the Talios is a good ship. Because you can use it to grab loot, like he's saying. OPC Raider was the best in the game. I mean, there's some ships now like that have bigger cargo holds and are more powerful than the Tally, but I used it all the way up until 61. I'm used it every day to go out and OPC hunt, and then I used it for a cheap grinder and some things. It had so many uses. Uh, Now the junker, man, you can use it to uh, go into that augment and use, because it's got a big cargo hole. You can use it to grind those. See, I'm looking for battleships. That's what. Why am I using it for battleship? Because I'm using the battle triangle. Even though you can see I'm getting very little hull damage. Um, hitting the battleships only, and then or mixing it up would be the difference. So hitting like 110 versus almost 200. Now, as long as this dude in here doesn't go start hitting battle, let's see, he's doing it. I ought to pop him because he needs to be doing explorers, and there's a ton of explorers in here. That's his battle triangle. There's it's kind of boggles my mind that so many players don't know that. Now there's some systems where the hostiles are so weak it doesn't really matter. You'll see me do it like the Gorn, where my ships are. It doesn't really matter. Like if I go with the Eviscerator, I'm pretty much staying with doing what I'm doing right now. Only going with the going with the triangle, not going against the triangle. Uh, but if I take my warship into the 70 system, uh, I'm hitting everything because it doesn't. Even if I can fill my cargo hull up before I have little or no damage to it, so it doesn't matter. But the Eviscerator itself, it does. For the no, no, there are no not there are the only non-mining ship that's good for mining is the Voyager in those one systems where you get that I forget what it's called. I don't have it in my refinery. That refinery's dead now. But there are systems in the Voyager loop. Here's like the highest one where you go in there. It's a token system, and there's this stuff right here that you can mine. There's like a rare, and there's another. There's two different commonalities of it, and the Voyager will mine it, and it's the only one that can mine it fast. I can't think if there's any other ship that's like that. Uh, what is that? What is the one that's now the um, Discovery goes in and mines that material it needs for the jump juice. Now you have to kind of use that one too. I think I'm not sure. I never mined for it, but I've always gotten it back when I used to do the event every week. I got plenty, all I needed. Man, let's put that. But no, you don't ever want to use a non-mining ship to mine, but they're just too slow. Mining is slow enough as it is, by putting a non-mining ship to try to do it is not a really good idea. Now, I've seen guys in like territory defense put like a non-miner on those nodes, but they're just trying to score points. They're not really getting that much oxygen doing that. I mean, it does. It pulls a little tiny microcosm of what it does. Like, I think I put last night my what did I take up into G6 spaces? Was was I think I took my I took a and when it read when I scanned the node, it said like what was take would take my uh one of my ops 56 ships 2 hours to mine said 100 said like 130 days or something like that for the ship that was sticking up there. So it'd be very slow, and I don't see the point of it because even if you're on a node, and I don't know the row on your server, but that'd be a legal hit even if you're UPC. Need to get my artifact back on. Make this a lot faster. Let me just stack them up. Plus, I'm getting a little bit sleepy too. Like I said, I didn't get a full I didn't get a full sleep in. I just slept for about 3 or 4 hours after I got off work this morning. Let's see. All right. So now I can use this artifact. And I can sit there and not have to. All right. Boom. So right now I'm kind of sleepy. If I didn't have a shield up, I would put one up. I'm pretty careful about that. That's the thing about it. And it might not bode well for my ship that's in here. I don't. Well, there's not many people that can pop that ship. But with a PVE crew versus a PvP crew, somebody would have a chance. Friday night got UPC. Got UPC on my mind. Yeah, you can't mine during incursions, dude. Because there's no row when there's incursions. Like if I saw somebody on my server mining during incursions, I would pop on myself. I mean, the only people who can get away with that, there is a certain level that uh if your only way that would get away is if you're so low that people can't um, people can't hit you yet, or hit your ship. I think you'd have to be like, oh, well, what, level 12 or something in that range. Those guys can mine during incursions and do whatever they want because nobody can hit them. But once you break that, you're pretty well fair game. Because in incursion. There's no such thing as UPC. It's just that it's a ship that they can score points on. Now I wish that they didn't score points, so it made people honest. Because make people honest and have to hit warships. See, I would not be opposed for them to. I would not be opposed of them putting some kind of uh, limitations on the ships that actually score during it. Like saying, like I'm a 70, I shouldn't be able to score on anybody below 60. And it should work the other way around too. So if somebody below 60 raids my base or whatever, that shit don't count for them either. You know what I'm saying? I think it should work both ways, and that way I think it would make the game a little bit more balanced. Like even when I go and crash people's um, defenses, I most of the time I only hit really low players if they steam me or something. Because if they steam me, I'll kill everybody in the system. Most of the time, all I care about is HVTs, high value targets. I don't care about. It doesn't really do anything for me to kill a Ops 48 guy, unless I just don't like him. But there are guys I know people. There's a few people on my server that get off on hitting the low players. I really don't. They have to do something to piss me off, or their alliance does something to piss me off. Because really, I don't value hitting somebody below 60 any at all. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Damn it. Getting sleepy. Must have queued the wrong one in. When they get together, sometimes I click on the wrong one. Lucky as long as I stay away from that one. Where's the other 66? I guess that's his Or yeah, that hits his because mine was coming up this way. There's mine right there. Okay, I already got that one. There's one I haven't. Oh, what time is it now? Oh gosh, I've got to get off for. I got to get off and go to the grocery store before they close. All right, guys, I'm gonna call this stream. I'm on a lot later than I thought I was, and I'll be on tomorrow. I've got to got a doctor's appointment and some stuff I'm gonna take care of, but after I get done with that, I'll definitely come back online. So until next time.